Hello there. Afternoon, evening. Hope everybody's doing good. We are going to be looking at some interesting stuff today. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. All right. We gotta address something. I can't abide misinformation in the chat. Divine Smite is not a spell. It might be in D&D 5.5 or whatever this new thing is, but my dear Jonathan Larson, Divine Smite expends a spell slot, yes, but that does not make it a spell. It is not casting a spell. You cannot counterspell a Divine Smite. Smite, not a spell. Maybe it'll be in the new thing. We'll see. But let's keep it honest, shall we? You know? What do I think of an SCP-themed artificer? I think if you can think of a good way to express that mechanically, it would be fun. I think the hard part would be making it feel like an SCP artificer and not, you know, just a guy that gets weird, special, extra infusions. That will be the hard part. Desmond Disguised. Thank you for the sub. Artist, thank you for the resub. 6 months. That's crazy. Cross, if you're thinking about making a SCP artificer by giving them special trinkets that kind of mess with stuff differently, I'm going to say 2 things. One of them is take it or leave it. I have seen that artificer before. I have seen that artificer 10 times before. The artificer where their unique thing that they get is extra weird little objects they make, it's been overdone. It's done too much, and to be completely honest, it's never good. Ever. So if you want to go in that direction, you can, but you are essentially deciding to take a particularly difficult path. Maybe not in getting ideas on the page, but in getting it to a place where it actually functions well and feels truly like an artificer subclass. I'm not saying don't do that, but what I'm saying is you have to remember what an artificer in D&D 5e is. An artificer in D&D 5e is not, or rather, you have to remember what an artificer subclass is. An artificer subclass in D&D 5e is not, here's a bunch of extra gadgets I get. An artificer subclass in D&D 5e is, here is the thing that I am particularly good at, and here is an object that I have created that emphasizes what I am particularly good at. Because I'm still getting ready. Calm down, Geogi Stellar. So, like, for example, the artillerist artificer is better at long-range blasting spells. And the way that that is manifested is they have a little droid that shoots stuff. Or the battlesmith is better at close-range fighting, and their special object is a creature that they summon. Or the armorer, who is a little bit more of a tanky or potentially tanky utility type combat guy, he gets special armor. So the question you have to ask yourself is, if you are building an SCP-themed artificer, what is their special object? And what if you need it to be more than one thing? How can you make that work well compared to the other artificers in a way that it doesn't just feel like an artificer that has more special artificer tools, so that it feels like an artificer that has a unique fiction and a specialization? That's your challenge. Good luck. We'll be starting in a second. Oh, there we go. Audio. Audio's on. Hello. Boom. If you want to make a fighter subclass based on lances and spears and bows and nets, that could work. I think you need to think about it in the context of, like, you got to think about what the gameplay loop is going to be and how that's going to function well in combat, and just make sure you're bouncing it off of other subclasses in terms of power, but that could work. What's up, Wheel? What's up, Deranged Eagle? What's up, Monarch Elephant? King of Nido. How's it going? King of the Nidus. King of Midas. The true King Midas. Why do you want to be Midas, dude? That guy was a bummer. That's all right, I accept. What's up, YK80? What's up, Artist? Yeah, 8 months. Oh, 6 months. It's still crazy. Yeah, 3 months till we get a baby. Geostellar, your champion. Matt, welcome. You love my work, I love your work. Cinder, I can't come up with a capstone for my spider-themed fighter subclass. I have the whole rest of the subclass figured out. I don't know why this is the hard part. Then make it something simple that just makes them better at fighting. In the way that a spider is cool. Shuggy Chan, thank you for the prime. It's a funny name. It's a good name. Shuggy. The story is your favorite? A guy wrapped in greed kills his daughter? I don't know what we're doing today. Today we're going to be look at the title of the video, you goof. Today we're going to be looking at we're going to be exploring the new classes that have been revealed for the new D&D 2024 Player's Handbook. I haven't looked at any of them yet. And there are a couple that they have info out on. Specifically, the Fighter, Paladin, Barbarian, and the Rogue. So we're going to be watching their trailer videos, sort of breakdown of these new classes. Or updates on these new classes. We'll see how it goes. Hey, yo, Cinder, do you have a list of changes or what you are talking about? Hopefully not just watching the Wizards of the Coast videos. Oh, Dice Admiral. Well, aren't you going to be in for a good time? Because I have not watched any of them yet. And instead of hopefully not just watching the Wizards of the Coast videos, we are going to be watching the Wizards of the Coast videos. And if you have a problem with it, then I politely tell you, go watch something else. I haven't read any of it yet. I haven't watched any of it yet. I very openly expressed, both in the Discord and on stream in the past, that I am going to be watching them live. If you don't like that, sorry, buddy. Go eat butts. Well, don't eat butts, but, you know, go do something else. You got other stuff you can do with your night. Alrighty. I love you. But if you don't love what we're doing, you don't have to watch it. That's okay. Good morning, Max. What's up? Yeah, I think we're going to look at the weapon mastery stuff, too. I haven't looked at any of it yet. That's why I want to check it out. This week's going to be interesting with the rest of the classes. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You genuinely like a lot of the changes so far? I've heard a lot of the changes are going to be good. Do Barbarian first? We could do Barbarian first. I was going to do weapon masteries first, because I feel like that is important probably to understand.
About empower.
Calm down. Before we know actually all the martial stuff. I'm not going to watch the general overview video. It's an hour of them not explaining anything. It's an hour of them talking about what they're going to talk about. That would be a bad... That's the difference between what I think would be React content that would be worth my time and not worth my time. You've only heard about the tiefling changes? I haven't heard about it. I haven't looked at any of the racial changes. It is an hour of nothing. It is. If you watch the overview video, it's an hour of nothing. It's fine. It's just not, there's no information in it. The information is, we're going to be making some changes. Here's some changes that we're going to be making. Not what they are, just that we're going to be making them. Which is fine. It makes sense for a video to come out as like a long trailer of the vibe with all the new stuff. You love the new character sheets? I haven't looked at the new character sheets yet either. I watched the overview off screen, and I felt like it was a fine video, and it didn't have any information in it, other than basically a table of contents. Martial classes get weapon mastery stuff, so they'll make more sense if we know what masters do. Yeah, we're going to be looking at weapon masteries first. You finished cooking your spicy noodles? Nice. Okay. How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. Tieflings used to be boring mechanically. I don't know if these would be boring, but I'm hopeful to see that they're new stuff. I think Tieflings became boring because there's a lot of stuff that is basically copying, or a lot of stuff that was very similar to their design initially. That was sort of like made them feel lackluster. But when the first Player's Handbook came out, Tieflings, they felt somewhat unique. What does the Bane thing do? It gives chat a minus D4 to their attack rolls and saving throws. I didn't say in the chat. I'll say on live. 1 second. I forgot to say I was live. We are live. Get at the new. Boom. I'm your spot at the gym? Nice. My volume is low? I could make it louder, I guess. Are you sure your volume's not just low on your headphones? My volume is not low? Alright. I'm gonna say maybe just raise your headphones. Well, I think your mixing might be off then, friendo. Because if for mixing purposes the volume is low and everyone else says it's fine, then perhaps the mix requires a bit more mixing. Grab the old spoon, churn her up. Churn her up. Sometimes a good churn can help from time to time. It's been a week. How's Elden Ring going? Elden Ring's going good. I haven't played on stream in a little while, but I am still enjoying it. I'm not very far, but I do like it quite a bit. I'll probably play it on stream next week. You're playing the DLC right now? DLC looks fun. I haven't looked at it too much. I just know that it's supposed to be very hard. And I'm only level like 30, so I have to get to level like 1,000,000 first. I made a video today. I posted a video today that was a little bit Elden Ring adjacent. Didn't you say something about a camp, then proceed to get your butt kicked? Maybe? I get my butt kicked a lot in Elden Ring. It's kind of like half the game. Dice, I love you, but I almost feel like you're trying to be confrontational with me today, and I don't understand why. We literally had a moment where you were asking me why I wasn't doing a homebrew review stream this week, and I was like, because I'm doing other stuff. It's like, I'm doing other stuff, man. I can't do 10 different streams that are on 10 different things every day of the week. I just don't have time. He's not being mean. I just don't, you know, man. You know why? Because I'm doing other shit this week. Why am I not playing Elden Ring on stream this week? Because we're doing 4 other things this week. Because I don't want to do the same thing every day, and I don't have time to do everything. That's why. That's it. If you're ever wondering what's going on, why is Cinder doing something different, you don't need to think about it deeper than that. Have I considered playing Sekiro? No. But I might. I've never considered playing any FromSoft game before. This is my first FromSoft game ever, is Elden Ring. What's up, Insomnia Knight? Yeah, man, it's just a matter of timing. Like, I don't make enough money streaming that I can justify doing it 7 days a week. I need to do other things as well. And I know that people want to do homebrew reviews. I know that people want to do special types of things. And I also want to do the stuff that I want to do. And unfortunately, that doesn't leave time for doing every single thing every single time. That's kind of it. I know you're not trying to be. That's why I said I didn't think you were trying to. It just felt like it. Because it's like, you were like, why aren't we doing this kind of stream in the Discord? And then the very first thing you said on stream today, I hope this isn't fucking React content. And then immediately, why aren't you doing more Elden Ring streams? It's like, dude, fuck, man. Pick a, just, you know? Just seemed like it was coming at it at a lot of angles. That's all. I know you probably weren't intending it as such. Bloodborne is hella good too. Yeah, people say Bloodborne is very good. I want to play Bloodborne. I really like Elden Ring. I want to truly get through all of Elden Ring. I want to do the expansion, and then I'm thinking if I want to do more Souls-like games, I was thinking Bloodborne would be next because a lot of people say Bloodborne is really fun. And then Sekiro I was thinking about too, but Bloodborne is probably be the second one that I would play. Because also people said Bloodborne is also not crazy hard. Or not crazy hard compared to the other Dark Souls games. I haven't played any of the other Dark Souls games, no. How's my day been? My day's been alright. What about the Crab Souls? We can do the Crab Souls game, maybe. You're just asking, you're just curious what motivates me? I don't know what motivates me. That's a big question. I don't know. But regardless, I would say this. If you're asking what motivates me, I would just say ask that next time. Because from my perspective, when I'm questioned as to every choice I make, it doesn't seem like you're asking because you're curious. It seems like you're asking because there's an element of judgment or confrontationalness in it. Even if it's not intended, it can read that way. It's definitely easier than Dark Souls 2. Yeah, maybe I'll play the original Dark Souls games. I'm not sure yet. I think the thing that I like about Elden Ring, I don't know if I would like in the Dark Souls games, because I like the open-endedness and the exploratory nature, and I don't know how much that's a part of the original ones, but maybe. Did I buy 16 hats? I did not buy 16 hats. I did buy like 10, though, and I do plan on buying more. Elden Ring is way better at not wasting your time. Word. You like my new content? Yeah, the new videos have been really fun. My goal with the new videos that I'm putting out is that it's going to be essentially like watching an actual D&D campaign. So all of my new shorts, if you've seen any of them or most of them, involve an adventuring party that's going on like a little adventure. And the story has continuity. So anything that happens in any of the shorts is like maintained in the memory of the shorts to follow, and you're sort of watching an adventuring party go adventuring, but it's also through stupid little jokes and stuff. But the short that I just put out today, like an hour or two ago, is the beginning of their like actual adventure. I was talking to one of my friends. I have like plans for it. So I'll give you an example. I'm pretty sure I know which characters are going to die. I have characters that I plan on introducing later. I have like plot beats that I want to get to. And it's so silly because it's just a bunch of videos of me and they're just like nothing. They're just like nothing. You know, it's so nothing. But I'm like building it like a real like D&D campaign. Who's the hood guy? The hood guy is a rogue warlock. And he is the only character that has a name right now. All of the other ones have not been named yet. He's a rogue warlock, and his name is Edgelord. And he was given that nickname by his adventuring party. But yeah, he's probably the most thoughtful of all of them. But he is kind of stupid too. But that's sort of the point. Is that I try to make them all like real people. Yeah, today was the call to action video. Today was the, oh shit, we have to go kill a dragon. So what's gonna start happening is, and I was thinking I might try turning them into long form videos. I have to think about how I would film them to do that. This is because the illusion of you talking like this and then talking like this and talking like this with the phone works really well on the vertical video. I don't know if it will work as well on the widescreen. But I was thinking about maybe turning some of them into like proper long form videos at some point. Yeah, his nickname is Edgelord because they all were making fun of him calling him an edgelord. But it just stuck. So his name is Edgelord. I could do, yeah, we could do I could do the thing. Yeah, I mean, the compilation of a bunch of shorts together is definitely like I could do that, but that's just, I just think that, I don't think that that's good quality video. You know, if that feels very, like, I don't want to put, that just feels like kind of, that feels jank even for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no heart in that. So I have to think about how I would fill that extra space. I wouldn't want it to just be literally a compilation of shorts with no element of editing or anything extra to it. I don't like that. Yeah, they're in chronological order, but you can watch any of them. I kind of tried to make them that they're enjoyable if you don't know the plot, but they're all in chronological order. We could do the filming on the different sides of the table, but there's a lot of people that already do that. I don't want to copy them. I've started to put character sheets together for them, but not really. I'm keeping it D&D adjacent. So, like, I'm trying to follow the rules of D&D, but I'm not being 1,000,000,000% adherent to it. Like, I would rather it be entertaining than me feel like I need to completely commit to D&D. We're going to be watching the videos that were put out by Dungeons and Dragons about their new classes. I haven't seen any of them yet. We're going to be watching them, checking them out. Yeah, animators have a lot of steps away. Also, I think it would lose a little bit of the love and the fun if it wasn't, they didn't all have my face. I like them all having my face. I think it's funny. No, I don't want to just, like, if I do anything, what I would do is I would green screen out my head and put it into pictures that I drew for all the characters. I actually posted something experimenting with that very briefly, I think, for the members. I think on the members tab. I don't remember. But we'll see. We'll see if I end up doing anything like that. You think the Ranger's gonna die? I'll tell you what. I won't say this publicly yet, but I'll promise this to you guys that are here on stream. If you do like watching my little YouTube shorts where the adventurers are going on an adventure, I will promise you two things. One, the story has continuity, so it will grow and change. The characters will get stronger and, you know, face more hardships and whatever. But the other thing that I will promise you is that one of the main characters will die before this first big arc ends. And they'll die. They'll be gone. They will no longer be appearing in any of the shorts after they die. I'm super pumped for it. Any more costumes than a hat would be too much and kill the vibe. Yeah, I agree. I actually was looking online for different types of hats that have like monster heads on them and stuff because I want to start doing more monsters. And I had these big Minotaur horns that I made a while ago, so I used those. But I want to start getting like monster hats because they have to encounter some monsters. I was realizing all my hats are player character hats. I need more. I need NPC and monster hats. So Revivify does exist, but Revivify has some very particular stipulations about when it can and can't be used. Specifically, you need a diamond worth enough gold. You need to reach the creature within a minute of them dying, and their body can't be like mutilated beyond repair. Like if limbs are missing, or if there's like a big hole in them, Revivify just won't work. And I'm not saying, and also, you know, if the cleric dies, Revivify is also off the table. What's up, Furious Meatball? I love killing characters. I don't do it very often when they're player characters, but I think killing characters is amazing. You could do a sock puppet familiar. You could definitely do a sock puppet familiar. Sock puppet familiars are great. A long time ago, I made a series. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. A long time ago, I made a series of homebrew posts that were all about specifically turning puppets into monsters. I wonder if I could find them. And I had one of them is a sock puppet. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. If I can find it, I'll show it to you. I don't know if it would work as a familiar the way that I wrote it, but it would maybe. Where is it? Sock puppet, sock puppet. Where is the sock puppet? I made a sock puppet. Here's the finger puppet. Where's the sock puppet? This is some thrilling content. Watch as Cinder flicks through something off screen to try to find the mighty sock puppet. The art I made for it, I was so proud of. Because sometimes I'm a good artist. I'm not a great artist. A great artist, you can be like, this is what I need, and they make it work. A good artist can do that very selectively. Very, very selectively. So I can't draw anything, but I can draw some things sometimes. Did I take it down? I wonder. I'm not seeing it. And you guys are just watching my face. All right, we got to find this another way. Sock puppet CinderBlocksally. No, where is it? Oh, I'm so annoyed that I can't find it. Why can't I find it? What if I change the name to this? Here's a fucking video about it. Okay, I found a. Okay, well, I can't find it, but here I'll show you my finger puppet that I made. 1 second. Finger puppet that I made. Here's the finger puppet that I made. What's up, Zena Studio? See you later, buddy. This guy came out pretty good. Look at this little cutie. Yeah. And then the oh, Cinder. I can't. Here's a video. Here. This is what the sock puppet that I drew looked like, which I think looks really cool. But I can't find
Our
it.
main job.
Okay. So, guys, what we're doing today is we are going to be learning what the fuck is going on in the new player's handbook. I have not looked at any of it yet. I know a little bit from the UA stuff that came out. But we're just gonna dive in. That's what we're doing. If that sounds cool with you guys, great. But yeah, that's the plan today. The plan today is we're gonna start. We're gonna be checking out what's going on in the new books.
We have.
Does that sound good? Is everybody ready? I haven't looked at any of this stuff yet. Ready? All right.
Weapon mastery, which has a significant impact on so many classes, subclasses, all these characters that has completely changed the game. Can you tell me more about this?
Am I going to be reading the Barbarian article also? I didn't even know there were articles. Are there articles associated with these? Don't see it in there.
Weapon mastery properties are brand new properties that we have assigned to all of the game's simple and martial weapons. And you must have a class feature that allows you to unlock weapon mastery to be able to use those properties. And so what this means is if a wizard, for instance, who does not have a weapon mastery feature, picks up a weapon, that weapon is going to function the way they expect it to from the 2014 rules.
Most of the video is them saying nothing? You sure? All right, I guess we'll see. If the video feels like it's them saying nothing, we'll just skip over to the articles. That's fine.
Though a number of weapons have had some tweaks made to them in addition to the weapon mastery properties. However, if you are a character, whether you are a fighter, a barbarian, a rogue, a paladin, a ranger, or someone who has otherwise unlocked the ability to use weapon mastery, suddenly when you use the dagger, because of your mastery with the weapon, you will be able to unlock its mastery property.
So it's basically if you're proficient in weapons, you get Baldur's Gate 3 moves now, which I think is great. I'm into that.
Each weapon has a specific mastery property from a list of properties that has been assigned to it. And so with the dagger, that property is a property called Nick. It allows you to benefit from the extra attack that the light property in the dagger gives you without having to spend your bonus action on it. It's simple, but powerful. Because what that suddenly means is the person who has decided to focus their mastery option on daggers, they've just freed up their bonus action to do something else with it. They no longer have to use their bonus action when they are using
Why is it called
the light
Nick? I think because Nicholas is probably like too long of a name.
Property to get that extra attack each
But they
round.
could.
But they could.
So they could throw 3 daggers.
They could. But this is just a great example of how weapon mastery powerfully transforms how certain characters.
I want to check something before we do too deep into this. I want to grab the articles also. Because I didn't realize there were articles alongside. Weapon mastery, fighter, paladin, barbarian, rogue. I just want to see, is the weapon mastery article going to show us actually what we're getting? All right, you know what, guys? All right, I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be better if we read these. I didn't realize that this is so much easier. Do you guys want to just read these? Like we can, if you guys want to, we can watch those videos. But I didn't realize that this was all just listed here. Can you put a 1 in the chat if you just want to read these instead and just talk about it? And put a 2 in the chat if you want to watch the videos. All right, I see a lot of ones. Okay, yeah, let's do that instead. All right, cool. Sorry, videos.
So
Get
the
fucked. Get
one
fucked. Get
there-
fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. We gonna read about them. You think that's what Dice Admiral was saying? Maybe. Not what he said. So let's not make an assumption. But maybe. All right, let's dive into the, and let's get, we'll have a little, let's get a little fantasy music going. Okay. So let's take a look at these new weapon masteries. Also, I bet you guys can't see super well. Let me change my screen. Actually, this is probably okay. I can change my screen shape. Do that. There we go. All right, let's take a look at these weapon masteries. But it's what you were hoping for? Cool. Well, listen, we got there. We got there. All right, let's take a look at weapon masteries. I'm not going to read this whole article word for word, by the way. All right, it's a class feature shared between blah, 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 martial classes. Learning a mastery property isn't permanent. If you stumble across a shiny +1 longsword and want to learn its mastery property instead, don't worry. During a long rest, you can practice weapon drills and swap out one of your weapon choices for another. Oh, interesting. Okay. The number of mastery properties you can learn is specified by your class's version of the weapon mastery feature. Rogues, rangers, and paladins can only access 2 at a time, whereas barbarians and fighters start with 2 and 3, respectively, and eventually gain access to more. Okay. At level 1, barbarians, fighters, paladins, rangers, and rogues get access to weapon mastery features for certain types of weapons as listed below. So barbarians get simple and martial, fighters get simple and martial, barbarians are martial melee, excuse me. Paladins get based on weapon proficiencies, simple and martial. Ranger based on weapon proficiencies, simple and martial. Rogue, okay. Okay. If you're wielding a weapon and have learned its mastery, you'll be able to use that mastery properly every turn when you make an attack with the weapon. Different mastery properties have different triggers. Okay. Unlike some abilities, there's no limit to how many times you can use a property. That makes sense. I wanted to buy bits to do a cheer, but holy shit, is bit pricey, shitty, and obnoxious. I don't know what that means. If I can help that, let me know. If that's something that I did, let me know, and I can try to change it. But I don't think it is. But maybe it is. I don't think it is. Anyway. So these trigger every attack? Every single attack? I guess that would make sense. It says every turn when you make a weapon attack, and different ones have different triggers. So my guess is going to be that the triggers are going to have some impact on how often you can actually do these. But we'll see. My guess is it's going to be different. Gia, are you the one person that's upset that we aren't watching the video? Cleave. Cleave is a great axe trait. The classic weapon of the barbarian. If you'll be wading into thick of battle, you'll want to consider grabbing a weapon with the cleave property. These heavy weapons can slash through opponents. If you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can make a second attack against a target creature within 5 feet that is also within your reach. When you hit the second creature, you roll your weapon's die, but you don't add your ability modifier unless it's negative. That's pretty cool. So that is that essentially saying, as a barbarian with great axe, does that mean I basically am making 4 attacks if there's 2 guys standing next to each other? Because I hit one, then cleave into the other, and then I hit the other, and then cleave into the first one? It's limited to once per turn? Okay. Why don't they say that here? That's silly. All right, whatever. Why wouldn't they say that here? No, we haven't done the rogue yet. We haven't done any of the classes yet. We're looking at the weapon masteries first, and then we're going to start looking at the classes. We're going to go fighter, paladin, barbarian, rogue. Let's look at Graze. Graze is a great sword one. If you miss a creature with your weapon, you can deal damage equal to your ability modifier you used to make the roll. This pairs well with abilities that allow you to make a lot of attacks, like the fighter's extra attacks, Polar Master. So basically, it's like you can always do damage. Guarantee damage. If I have a +3 to my strength, I swing my great sword at you, I miss, I still deal 3 damage to you. Okay. You think great sword makes more sense with cleave? Kinda. Yeah, I don't disagree necessarily. I guess you don't really think of an axe spinning through guys outside of Magic Fantasy, but I guess we are in Magic Fantasy. Yeah, I think Graze is nice. I mean, it's interesting in that it sort of makes swinging a great sword closer to like casting a spell that requires a spell slot that still does like half damage. Do you know what I mean? It's just like a lot of spells in D&D do half damage on a successful save. This is essentially that for attacking. Nick, we just learned about. Let's see. Briefly cover that. I'll be able to attack that. Being able to attack twice while dual-wielding light weapons has subtly changed. Blah blah blah. Instead of covered with melee attacks, the rules for dual-wielding light weapons are covered in light weapon properties. Still, the function is the same. When you attack with a weapon that has the light property, you can use a bonus action to make one attack with a different light weapon you're wielding. The Nick property allows you to make the additional attack you receive as part of the initial action. Keep in mind, this doesn't mean you can make a third attack as a bonus action, as the light property specifies you only get one extra attack. But while it may not pump your damage, it frees up your bonus action. Oh, interesting. So it really doesn't give you 3 attacks. It just makes it so you can do this, but you could also Hunter's Mark, or you could also Misty Step, or whatever other things you want to do. Okay. You might be able to do Graze and Cleave on either of them. From my memory, weapons that can have multiple properties. Just one of them can be active at a time. They say at the beginning that you can sort of switch them over a rest. It's like your Ash of War. Nick seems good. Look, it's not exciting. It's not flashy. But I don't think we want the weapon masteries to be flashy. I mean, I guess Cleave we want to be a little flashy. But this is just utility benefit. Let's take a look at Push. Great club. Sometimes giving an enemy a simple shove off a cliff into a pit or lava is all you need to win. It allows you to launch creatures 10 feet straight away from you without a save. That's kind of fun. So you basically hit people, knock them back. Great. Love it. No comment. Super good. No, completely different than Crusher. Completely different than Crusher. Not the same as Crusher. Short by nature, you silly goose. We can look up Crusher if you feel like you want me to check for you. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack that deals bludgeoning damage, you can move it 5 feet to an unoccupied space so long as it is no more than one size larger than you. So it's different by 5 feet. That might not sound like a lot, but that's twice as much. Also, there's a lot of language here that we don't know if it's going to be here or not. Specifically about the size of the creature, the parameters on how you can move them. And you don't... Probably most importantly, you don't need a feat, which is pretty nice. Sap. This one is for if you're fighting with trees. If your job is to distract the enemy for long enough to let you blast your blaster cast blah blah. Okay, what the fuck are we doing? When you hit an enemy with an attack, this mastery property inflicts disadvantage on your target's next attack roll before the start of your next turn. Cool. So it's a little bit of like a guiding bolt kind of vibe. But the opposite. All right. You kind of expect enemies to have some of these options too. Yeah, makes sense. Slow. When you hit a creature, their speed is reduced by 10 feet. That's fine. I mean, none of these are that crazy. All of these feel like things that are basically like secondary effects of cantrips, you know? Topple. Force a creature to make a con save. They knocked prone. And then short sword for Vex. This is if you want to play Critical Role Season 1. When you hit a creature and deal damage, it gives you advantage on your next attack roll before the end of your next turn. Oh, interesting. I wonder if this one keeps going. Because if this one keeps going, then could you chain a reaction and like daisy chain yourself, getting like advantage on all of your attacks for a round if you have multiple attacks? Huh. Interesting. Why is it a con save, not a strength save? I'm not sure. I think that in D&D, a lot of the time, Constitution represents your ability to, like, withstand something, as opposed to Strength being your ability to, like, push something back or break out of something. And this is neither pushing back or breaking out, it's just withstanding. Do you know what I mean? But that's also just me guessing. That's just me going, I don't know. D&D's not always making sense. You think Vex is just pissing them off? Maybe. All right, cool. All that seems good. I like all of these. All of these, none of them are crazy. I think some of them could be more crazy, probably, depending on how powerful the spellcasters are moving forward. But I think we'll see what happens. Let's look at the meat and potatoes of this. Do we want to start with the fighter, the paladin, the barbarian, or the rogue? Yeah, they all seem great. I like all of them. No negative feedback yet. And we're not judging these based on the language because, as people have mentioned in the comments, this is not the mechanics of the feature written out. This is the feature being described. So there's going to be nuances to some of these that, like, we might be noticing now that they are going to hopefully deal with when they're actually written out properly. Hopefully. All right, we'll start with the fighter. The fighter! Here's the article also if you guys want to read along. Lots of stuff. All right, cool. Fighter class overview. We're going to skip this part. Are short swords light? I believe so. No, they're not. Yes, they are. I think they are. Yeah, you can dual wield short swords. Right? Can't you? Cinder, you're losing it. All right. At first level, we get a fighting style. Fighting style options have remained mostly the same, with a couple tweaks to them to make them streamlined and more effective. The most significant change is that the options from Tasha's Cauldron have been included, and all these features are now considered feats with a prerequisite that requires the fighting style feature to be picked up. At level 1, you get to choose one of these feats as a part of the fighter's fighting style feature. Every time you gain a fighter level, you can swap out your choice in case you get tired of protecting your glass cannon wizard and want to swing a two-handed weapon. I think letting you switch them between levels is great. I love that. That's so good. Okay, Second Wind. Second Wind starts at 2 uses and increases as you level up. Each short rest, you regain 1 expended use of the feature. On a long rest, you regain all expended uses. Thanks to Tactical Mind and Tactical Shift, this resource has also been made effective even when you're not on the edge of death. I don't know what either of these are yet. What are these? Oh, these are things we'll get to later. Uh-oh. Guess we'll see what they are in a bit. Much tankier. Much tankier fighter. You're doubling the second wind on a basic, as a basic. And then on top of that, you're going to end up with probably 1 to 2 more uses on top of that based on short rests. Very tanky. You know what's crazy about that? I feel like a lot of the time when we play a fighter, we're playing this game of like, okay, I'm either going to be going con dex or con strength if I can find heavy armor. And that if we do want to go in the direction of like the Eldritch Knight or the sort of wizened fighter, it can feel hard. It can be frustrating to want to be intelligent, but also know you're like, I'm going to be squishy, and that sucks. And by giving a bunch more little heals that are essentially like healing potions, it kind of allows you to pull away from needing to dump into con as a fighter. Not like a crazy amount, but it makes a pretty big difference. Because you basically get a couple health potions for free every day. Other features are going to use your second wind. Well, even if they didn't, I think it's good. All right. Weapon mastery. Customize your kit. Choose any weapons that you'd like to access the mastery properties of. And you get access to them. Okay, cool. What do we get? So, graze. With the Great Sword's weapon mastery, graze, you damage enemies even if you miss them. The damage is equal to the ability score modifier you make. Yep. Flail. Oh, we looked at all of these already. So these are basically just all of the weapon masteries. All of your regular attacks turn into basically like the minor buffs you would get on like first level spells or cantrips. These are cool. I like all of them. I think these are all great. I could see you doing some really fun stuff by picking and choosing weird combinations of these. At second level, we get Tactical Mind. When you fail an ability check, you can expend use of your second wind to gain 1d10 to add to the roll. Plus, your second wind usage isn't expended if you still fail. Huh. Do you know what's crazy? The main feedback I had seen before this for the fighter was that essentially the Battlemaster fighter should be the base fighter. That was the main feedback I saw for the fighter, was that fighting maneuvers, all the sort of battlefield stuff that a Battlemaster does, it should just be in the core fighter. This is kind of doing that. Not exactly, but the ability to use second wind on an ability check is a very, I don't know. It feels like it's sort of trying to answer that question in a different way. Or address that concern in like a different way. I don't mind it. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I love it either. Like, I think it's fine. It certainly makes the fighter more open-ended. Which I guess is not a bad thing. I think it will also depend on what we see the changes in, like, the Artificer and the Bard, particularly, because this feels very similar to, like, an Artificer or a Bard feature, where it's like, I can just give a bonus to any check. To any ability check, you know? I understand that it's to give fighters more usefulness outside of combat. It just feels open-ended in a way that I'm wondering if it feels too open-ended. Where it sort of is just, like, it's personal bardic inspiration. That's what it is. Do we like that? Do I like that? I don't know if you like that. I don't know if I like that. I almost feel like it feels, like, too open-ended. Maybe. I don't know. Mechanically, I'm sure it's fine. Mechanically, it's fine. I'm sure it's fun from, I'm sure it'll be fun for people that are using it. But there is an element of it's kind of bardic inspiration. I don't know how I feel about that. You like it a lot? Like, oh, dude, I'm sure people will like it a lot, man. If I'm playing a fighter, I'm gonna love having this ability. I'm sure it will feel good, which is really what matters at the end of the day. I've just been playing more non-D&D games a little bit lately, like a couple Powered by the Apocalypse games. And they do this thing where they almost go in the opposite direction, where the features you get are really not open-ended. They're like really focused. But you can interpret that focus in a big variety of ways. And I think it really helps encourage players to like figure, like, I don't know. It really helps encourage roleplay and dynamic inter-character play. And this feature is good, but it's just open-ended. There is no direction to it kind of at all. Let's see what's going on here. We got some subclasses. We're going to be getting the Battle Master, the Eldritch Knight, the Psy Warrior. Oh, cool. I love the Psy Warrior. You think a full Battle Master plus a second subclass would be cool, but too much? Yeah, I wouldn't just put that whole subclass on top of them. I would have limited it to an ability you're proficient in before the outcome of the role is declared, but I guess that's why I'm not on the design team. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would limit it. I don't know. Battle Masters, I'm assuming they're going to be mostly the same. The number of superiority and die and maneuvers you receive are the same, as is the scaling of your die. Maneuvers have been brought over from Tasha's, and some have been slightly tweaked. There was a change to Know Your Enemy, which removes the 1-minute observational condition. Fuck yes. That's what I'm talking about. Oops. I hit my desk too hard. So there's a feature that Battle Masters have, which I love, which is where you can look at somebody and learn stuff about them. And I love that the minute of observation needed is a relic of older design, and I'm glad it's gone. And at 15th level, Relentless Presence now allows you to use a free D8 instead of spending your regular superiority die. That makes a lot of sense. That is very similar to how, like, the College of Swords Bard works. So I totally get it. All great changes. I like all of them. Everything A+ so far. Love all this. Excellent, excellent. I would have limited it to an ability. Oh yeah, I read that sentence a little while ago. Let's take a look at the champion. Now the champion kind of sucks, right? Is that an argument that we disagree with in general? Is that a thing that anyone feels confrontational or just like it sucks, right? The champion sucks. We all acknowledge that. It's just a bad subclass. Like this is not good. So let's see what's going on here. It's super boring. Yeah. Okay. You don't think the champion sucks? All right. Well, then maybe it's just me. Let's see what we have. The champion's still all about critical hits, but with some added bonuses. You also get access to a new feature at 10th level called Heroic Warrior, which gives you heroic inspiration whenever you start your turn without it. All right. We'll read more as we go. Hopefully it'll tell us a little bit more. Maybe it won't. Maybe we'll have to watch the video or look at the UA. We need at least one boring subclass. They're skipping the best part here. What's the best part? And where do I learn the best part? Tell me the best. I don't want to miss the best part. The champion gets to move for free on a crit. That's really cool. I don't think simple subclasses are necessarily boring either. I think the champion fighter in the player's handbook right now is both simple and boring, though. Let's take a look at the Eldritch Knight. It remains mostly the same with some small changes to war magic and improved war magic. Instead of getting to attack once as a bonus action, when you cast a cantrip as an action, you simply replace an attack. Yeah, that makes sense. Same as like the Blade Singer and anything else. This allows, yeah. Improved war magic follows this trend, but requires you to forgo 2 attacks for a level 1 or 2 spell. That's kind of cool. Psy Warrior is basically just still the Psy Warrior. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was boring. I think they just did their best to keep it simple, but eliminate the boring. Eldritch Knights make me happy. I like the Spell Sword archetype. Yeah, me too. I like Eldritch Knights. I think Eldritch Knights are often a slept-on subclass. I think Fighter having a boring subclass is good for design for the designated friend who doesn't really want to play D&D but is here regardless. I don't think it needs to be boring though. I think it could be simple. I think you could make a shockingly simple like elemental fighter. That would be like you pick an element, it gets 1 cantrip based on that element. It does a little bit more damage based on that element. At higher levels, it can do a teleport with an explosion of that element. At higher levels, it can imbue somebody else with the element or shoot. I don't know. I feel like you could do some really fucking simple stuff and have it still be interesting. That's just me, though. They also removed the spell school restrictions. Where are you guys getting this info? The video? Should we watch it? I don't really want to. Maybe we'll watch it. Let's keep reading. The video goes to a lot more about the champion changes if you want to watch that after reading it. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do, Gio. I think what we'll do after that is we'll probably check out some of the video and then we'll move on to the next one because I can tell that we're not getting all the information here. I made an elemental fighter in 100 words or less. Yeah, it's probably the one I just described. I don't really have more than 4 ideas. Where is Action Surge? This isn't going over the whole class. This is going over like bigger changes. So my guess is Action Surge is the same, but we'll see. At 5th level, we get Tactical Shift. If your caster buddy is getting pummeled across the battlefield, but you can't risk an opportunity attack to get to them, all you need to do is use Second Wind as a bonus action with Tactical Shift. Using your Second Wind allows you to move up to half your speed as part of a bonus action, and you don't provoke opportunity attacks. Once you're out of a foe's reach, you can use the rest of your movement to get where you need to go. Interesting. You know what? I don't hate any of these ideas, but they all also feel... I'm going to call it like I see it. I'm going to be a little critical here. All of these are good. Are any of them particularly unique? No. Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter that we're getting one feature that feels like it's a bard feature, and now we're getting a feature that feels like it's a rogue feature or a monk feature. I think it's fine, but it is interesting. I mean, maybe it speaks to the fighter in general, right? You know, they are sort of the everyman character, so they're gonna have a little bit more of the everyman vibe of features. But you notice that? Am I being crazy when I notice that? Am I pulling too many correlations? At 9th level, Indomitable is going to... You don't feel that way? Yeah, so maybe it's just me. I see I'm getting non-opportunity attack movement, and I think rogues, I think monks. I see I'm getting to add a D10 to any ability score check. I think monk. I'm not monk, I think bard. And I don't think that's bad that these things are feeling similar to other things, but they're not unique. These are not unique features. And that's not feelings. That's just what it is. They're not unique features. But I think that's probably okay. Let's look at Indomitable. When you fail a saving throw, you can re-roll a bonus equal to your fighter level. With a bonus equal to your fighter level. You heard that right. By the time you get this feature, it'll be a +9. So this is like you get your Indomitable now really is going to feel like a little badass legendary resistance. I'm into that. I think that's fun. The video says Nick allows you to attack 3 times, but the document says you can't. Listen, guys. Production is a mess in all directions. I'm sure that there's misinformation and things changing all the time. Whenever any like I'm not going to give them a hard time for that. I forget really important information on camera all the time. But yeah, they do. Those things do contradict each other a little bit, which is funny. So far, though, I like all this. I think all this is great. Super into all of this. Tactical Master. Dial up your mastery over weapons. When you attack with a weapon you've chosen as part of your weapon mastery feature, you can swap out the mastery property for push, sap, or slow. Swapping out a mastery property on this move is incredible for your versatility and will allow you to capitalize, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's cool. So it basically takes your tactical master, whatever, your special weapon mastery move, and allows you to change it on the fly. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. That's going to feel great. It's also going to really, really, really help sell, like, the fiction of your character. Just so, thank you for the resub. 2 months. Let's go, boy. You know, how many times are you playing a fighter in D&D? And you're like, all right, I want to stab him in the leg. And then I'm going to try to do this. Well, now, if I want to stab him in the leg, I can say I'm going to be making a sap attack or a slow attack. You know, or if I'm hitting him to try to like make it hard for him to see or whatever, I'm gonna hit him with the sap, or like shoulder checking him, hit him. You know what I mean? It allows you to sort of turn the fiction into mechanics a little bit more, which I think is cool. And sure, it's obviously gonna help from a tactical perspective, like tactical. But honestly, I actually think I like this more for helping sell the fiction of like the way you describe punching stuff, not punching stuff, but hitting it. Because it is kind of shitty feeling when you're like, as a fighter, you can describe all of your attacks in different ways, but they all still are just numbers, you know? Do you know what I mean? Studied attacks at 3rd level. We all hate whiffing on attacks. You know it. But this new ability does a lot to make sure you're at least not whiffing twice in a row. Interesting. If you make an attack against a creature and miss, you get advantage on your next weapon attack against the same creature until the end of your next turn. Interesting. Okay. Okay. This feels like it mixes very weirdly with that weapon mastery that we looked at. If you had the weapon mastery where you have advantage on your next attack if you hit, then when you get to 13th level, you always have advantage on your second attack. That's interesting. Because there's that weapon mastery. Which one is it? Vex. If you hit a creature, you have advantage on your next attack roll. If you miss a creature, you have advantage on your next attack roll. Interesting. All right. I mean, I guess having advantage is like fairly easy to come by, especially by level 13. But that's kind of a fun combo. I'm kind of curious how other things are going to do in weird combos. Also, now I'm wondering, like, do these things stack? So, like, for example, push. I guess I can't apply the push property to a weapon that already has push. I would just be changing it. Okay. That would be fun, though. If you could stack them. Yeah, interesting. All right, Epic Boon at 19th level. This is going to be close to a capstone. Epic Boons are a new type of feat introduced in the blah, 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 blah. At level 19... hopefully this makes you guys feel better by how much I skip over and blah, 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 like the professional Wizards of the Coast articles when I do it to your own writing. I just do it. I'm not doing it to be offensive. Their writing is just as boring as yours a lot of the time, if not more so. In fact, I would argue that their writing is worse than yours a lot of the time because they don't realize how hungry they need to be to make people read their writing because they don't do as much work. When you sit at the top of the mountain for a long time, you forget how hard it is to climb it, you know? Yeah, you guys are better at writing descriptions than these are a lot of the time. I mean, it's just very straightforward information, but oh my god, does it make me blah, blah, blah. Okay, fighters pick an epic boon. This is one of the boons suggested is the Boon of Combat Prowess. It increases one ability score 1 to a maximum of 30. Also, when you miss with an attack roll, you can hit instead. And then you can't do that again until the start of your next turn. I mean, that's really good. I like the epic boons idea in general. I think that's fun. True question. What mastery would unarmed count as? Tasha's adds as unarmed fighting style. I think that I don't know. That's a great question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're going to handle that. So at level 19, you just get a free hit every turn. If you pick this boon, then yes. My guess is there are other boons that are maybe more flavorful that you could pick from. And this is more of like a standard good for fighters one. Does it trigger studied attacks? I'm not sure. Okay, if you make an attack against the creature and miss. I don't know if it would, because you don't miss. You hit. You turn a miss into a hit. So I don't think it counts for a miss anymore here. But that's a really good question. I'm not sure. How common would it be for a level 19 fighter to miss at that point? I mean, assuming that they're fighting like demigods and gods, reasonably. It's reasonable. You know, you're fighting if you fight a monster with a 22 AC, that can, every time you try to swing on it, you have to make a wisdom saving throw where you attack one of your allies. You know, you might miss. What did you miss? We're talking about the fighter. You did not miss the Barbarian or the Paladin or the Rogue. These boons are meant to be a post-level 20 way to continue growing a character. Ah. Well, this one you get at level 19. All right. The fighter. Behold. Overall, these seem cool.
The fighter, in addition to being one of the most popular classes in 5th edition D&D, is also one of the oldest classes. This is the person who essentially you can put any weapon in their hand and they know how to use it, and they know how to use it well. And if you look at the new player's handbook, and a different level of complexity.
I don't want to watch the whole video. I want to skip ahead and watch the Battlemaster stuff. Okay? Is that cool with you? Are they less boring now? No. Yeah, no, they are. They're less boring now, but if you were somebody that could not wrap your head around having fun being a guy that just swings around a sword, I think you're still not going to think they're fun. But I think they do give you a lot of tools to make swinging around that sword feel more unique, and to give it more like tactical options, and to overall allow you to exist in the game in a more well-rounded way. But I also think that it's still a fighter. So if you are the kind of person that looks at a fighter and is not going to have a good time when your buddy works for a demon lord and your other buddy is like made of ice magic, then you're probably not going to like this fighter. But if you like the idea of being the hero that is a fighter, a champion that wears armor and weapons and doesn't fucks around with too much magic or anything like that, it essentially allows you to make all of your attacks feel impactful, both in terms of making it feel a little bit more unique than just damage, and then also gives a lot of combat utility options, none of which are crazy, but you can do them all the time. And I think that that is going to be something that speaks to making the fighter feel good, sort of in the same way that like the rogue kind of feels good. Like sneak attack isn't crazy. What's crazy about sneak attack is that you don't run out of sneak attack. You can always sneak attack. Like if the game is who does more damage in a round, Paladin versus Rogue, Paladin wins 10 times out of 10. But if the game is who does more damage in 10 rounds, it's the Rogue. It's consistency. And I think that this new fighter is going to feel more of that consistency, and it's going to express itself in ways that are not entirely damage-oriented, but some of them also have a lot to do with like little bits of battlefield control, whether that's having an enemy attack with disadvantage or knocking them 10 feet back or knocking them prone, none of which is crazy. You know, that's all very basic stuff. I mean, they're essentially Battlemaster maneuvers, but that little bit of extra control and power every single turn, and in some circumstances, every single attack, I think is going to feel very good. Topple slows down the game. How does Topple slow down the game? So Topple is the weapon mastery where they have to make a Constitution saving throw or they get knocked prone. How does that slow the game down any more than smiting, branding smite? It's one more roll, one attack per turn. I think that's okay. I don't think that's an unreasonable amount of slowing down the game, considering the fact that, your average, almost anything other than a fighter, outside of maybe a barbarian, is going to be doing saving throw related things very regularly. I think it's going to be fine. Fighters being what they are always makes me think more about interesting backstories, because in such a magic-centric world, why would someone not go? Yeah, I agree. Why would someone not go for the weak levels that fighters have? I think that I like to imagine that people don't have as much control over what they become, in the same way that, like, in our world, people don't have that much control over what they become. But I agree. I'm very drawn to fighters and barbarians and these martial characters, and a lot of it I think is because you have more room to try to figure out what they are. If you're a sorcerer, you have to tie some magical past in. If you're a warlock, you have a patron. If you're a wizard, you are a studied person. Like, there's a level of, like, this needs to be something that fighters just don't have, which is nice. I miss the days when all fighters were some troops at level 9. Let's watch a little bit of them talking about the Battlemaster in this video, just because I'm very curious to see if there's going to be any big changes to it.
Let's delve into the subclasses. Fighter Battlemaster is one of my absolute favorites. They have a complexity to them that makes you feel like kind of a wizard.
And that is an identity that we have protected in the revised Battlemaster. There was actually an early version of the revised fighter where and I know actually there are many 5e fans who expected us to do this,
Right.
we considered taking the Battlemaster and turning its maneuver system into the baseline for the whole class.
Right.
That's the conversation that everyone's been. That's it. Listen, I like that they were having that conversation. I'm almost a little bit like, you guys should, it's okay for you guys to acknowledge that, like, the community has been screaming that that's what they wanted basically since a year and a half after the Player's Handbook came out.
And we actually spent quite
I'm
a bit
glad
of
you were
time
talking about it.
several years ago,
Is good.
assuming that was the direction we were going in with the fighter.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were hoping
as you
that's
can
what the
see,
direction it would be.
backed away from that.
Yeah.
And the main reason we did so is we realized that would undermine our goal of providing different levels of complexity for people and different play styles within the fighter.
That is really smart. I agree 100% with that mindset. So, what earlier on when we were on stream, we were talking about the champion fighter and how the champion fighter is very simple and kind of boring. And people were like, yeah, but we need to have a simple character because there are people that like non-complex characters. I think that this logic makes so much sense because even though I do disagree and I think the champion is boring, hopefully it's more interesting in this. I don't think it's just simple. I think it's boring and simple. But that's a smart move. That's just a smart move.
Because even though there are a segment of fans, you included, who love the Battlemaster, there are also many fighter players who have no interest in playing the Battlemaster or having this whole array of maneuvers to manage. In many ways, I'm glad for the Battlemaster's sake that we did not absorb it into the base class because it allowed us to protect the Battlemaster as the Battlemaster.
Mm-hmm.
So a big part of bringing the Battlemaster into the new PH
what's it getting?
was
What's
making
new?
sure that the maneuvers were all functioning as well as they could.
Sure.
Not only in the context of the fighter and the Battlemaster, but also in the context of other revisions we'd done in the game.
Sure.
But then we also added in new maneuvers. So if people thought there
tell
were
us
a lot
about
before,
one.
well, there are even more.
Yeah.
Tell us about
because
one.
now you have ambush,
Name one. Ambush.
bait and switch,
Bait-and-switch.
commanding presence,
Commanding
and
presence.
tactical assessment.
Okay.
These maneuver options debuted in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Yeah, those aren't new.
And we have brought them over now to the Player's
Okay,
Handbook.
so we're not really getting new
to
maneuvers?
join the other options within the Battlemaster.
But what's new?
And again,
What's
I always
new?
liked commanding presence because this.
I don't know if I've ever done live watch bits of videos before, but I'm so impatient. I'm annoyed that they're not telling us any. I feel like they're not telling us anything.
Again, fleshed out. Even
Like they're
though you
telling
are
us stuff, but they're not
primarily
really
the-
telling us stuff.
You could be a ranged or melee character. You have additional
Give me
social
info!
options.
Exactly.
That makes sense for that character.
Give me
It
info!
fleshes out the character experience that you're having.
I feel like we've had this conversation already,
That non-combat
right? Am I crazy? Am I being crazy? Am I being crazy? Weren't there like articles that were this conversation like months ago? I don't know.
angle is also
Also, so far, almost nothing that they've said. Well, that's not true, but quite a few things that they've said I don't think are applicable to the Battlemaster. I think they're applicable to all the whole fighter.
part of some other tweaks we made inside the Battlemaster. So in the Student of War feature, it used to be you got just a tool proficiency. Well, we now also allow you to get another skill proficiency from the fighter's skill list because we wanted the Battlemaster to feel more well-rounded.
Wizard of the Coast is knowledge cucking.
And because we imagine the Battlemaster as this sort of chess-playing tactical master who, yes, it's in the name, they are a feature.
Okay.
We wanted it to have clearer use. Really redesigned the Battlemaster's Know Your Enemy feature.
Okay.
We wanted it to have clearer use in battle. And so now, when you use it and you have a limited
Who said that? You are so smart. Yeah.
number of uses per day, but when you use it, you are able to discern a creature's immunities, resistances,
Joshua. Everyone give Joshua a high five. Thank you, Joshua.
and vulnerabilities. Essentially, it's in the name. You know your enemy. You size them up, and you're able to figure out.
Can you guys tell that we're watching it at a faster speed, or does it just look like we're watching it at a normal speed? Why? Because he told me to watch it at a faster speed.
The types of damage that's going to do nothing to them, but then also you're going to discern their weaknesses.
Perfect.
So the champion has still.
Okay. So we didn't really get any new information about the Battlemaster, but I don't know if that is the end of the world. I do think that the Battlemaster is great, mostly. And I think that it sounds like the one big thing they're changing is the know your enemy thing, which kind of needed a change anyway. I think it's good. Listen, Battlemaster didn't need any crazy changes.
The same core identity as before, having a greater chance of scoring critical hits.
I'm much more curious to see about what they're going to say about the champion than I am anything else.
Sure, yeah.
Than pretty much anyone else in the game. But we really wanted to bring a bit more oomph to the subclass.
Sure.
So that it would not only continue to be fun for the people who love its more streamlined playstyle, but also so that it might appeal to even those of us who often like a bunch of tactical options.
Yeah, make me like it. Here's the thing. I should like the champion fighter. Everything that they argue the goal of the champion fighter is my much preferred style of play. What I would argue is that in the current iteration of the game, the champion fighter is not as good at being what it's supposed to be and doing what it's supposed to do as any barbarian. The champion fighter is just a barbarian, but less fun. Not all fighters. I think the champion fighter. I don't agree with true King Midas on that across almost any other fighter. But I do think the reason why the champion is that is not because of what they do. It's the vibe, right? For me, most barbarians, I just want to hit stuff and be tough. And that's the champion. And so I would like to want to play, because I should want to play the champion fighter. I love barbarians. So I'm hoping that these changes to the champion are something that would be like appealing to me. Because I'm a medium tactical player, but I really like simple, punchy characters, you know?
Playtest, I spent so much time myself playing a champion because I wanted the champion to be at a place where I myself can say I had a great time playing it.
Right.
Yeah,
and I can
exactly.
say that wholeheartedly, that I had some of my most fun in the last year and a half in our playtesting playing a champion fight.
I want to be a
So
champion.
weapon mastery with the champion is really like wonderful spice added to a tight, streamlined base.
Okay.
Again, we still wanted to make sure that the champion retained its streamlined nature while getting a little more spice of its own, not relying entirely on weapon mastery to bring that spice,
I almost want to do it at double speed.
but to get some of its own. And so with that in mind, we redesigned the Remarkable Athlete feature, and it now does a couple of things. First, combining with the champion's greater chance of scoring critical hits, Remarkable Athlete has made it so that whenever the champion scores a critical hit, the champion can move a certain distance without provoking opportunity attacks. So
That's cool.
this allows the champion perhaps to score a crit and fell a target, and then without having to use any of their regular move, start making their way toward their
It allows them to sort of like daisy chain attacks potentially.
next target,
Right.
Or move to another tactically advantageous position on the battlefield. We've also made it.
I won you over? My react wins you over? Is it because I'm getting annoyed? Listen, I'll be honest, dude. It's fun getting annoyed when I'm getting annoyed on the same team as you guys. I like that. When we can get annoyed at together, it's something that's fine. But I'm not. Listen, I got no issues with either of these people. I think they're all lovely. I just was annoyed that they didn't tell me any information.
So that Remarkable Athlete gives the champion advantage on strength athletics checks, but even better on initiative rolls, because we view the champion as being this.
Did he say you can add your strength to your initiative?
start making their way toward their next target,
Right.
or move to another tactically advantageous position on the battlefield. We've also made it
Yeah, they're just talking slow. Yeah.
so that remarkable athlete gives the champion advantage on strength athletics checks, but even better on initiative rolls, because we view the champion as being this person who is relentlessly.
So they now have advantage on initiative and athletics. I mean, I'm not gonna. That's good, but what else gets both of those things? Barbarian gets both of those things. So the champion fighter is kind of just the barbarian.
Pursuing victory.
All right, I'm
and
down.
They are ready to fight. And there are only a few characters in the player's handbook who have this, once they reach a certain level, an always-on advantage on initiative. And the champion is one, the assassin is another, and the rogue, and then the barbarian class all up eventually gets it. This ability is
look, he said it after I said it, but yeah, I think it's 7th level they get it.
not only fantastic on its own, because it simply means you have a better chance of acting first, or at least sooner, in any battle that you're participating in, but it has an especially nice interaction with how surprise now works. Because the surprise rules in the new player's handbook have been changed. Rather than there being a potential.
You can criticize things till the cows come home. I really like all of the new art for the player's handbook that we've seen so far. Look at this. It's so cool.
For certain combatants to simply be unable to act during the first round of a fight. A possibility that, frankly, ended up really unbalancing the game in certain circumstances.
It's not adding your strength to initiative, it's just having advantage on initiative.
Because the old surprise rules could very easily trivialize an entire encounter, and often way more so than they were intended to. It was really supposed to be sort of a narrative thing of, oh, look, you got the jump on somebody, but causing another side to essentially spend the entire first round of a combat gawking would often mean, in some cases, why are we even having the fight? Like, the DM can just say, you won. And so we wanted there still to be the possibility of feeling like you have an edge, but we needed to defang how powerful surprise was. And so in the new rules,
I'm gonna eat the dragons.
Simply means you have disadvantage on your initiative roll. Meaning you are likely to go after the people who surprised you, although it's not guaranteed.
So if the champion is surprised, or if a barbarian is surprised, they basically get to cancel out the surprise.
The reason
ability.
why I'm bringing
That's
this up
cool.
in relation to the champion is it means because the champion always has advantage on their initiative rolls, even if they're surprised, they still don't have disadvantage. It just means their advantage is canceled by the disadvantage. Meaning the champion, the assassin, and the barbarian
I'm
are
fucking
really
Madame
hard to
Web.
surprise, which is exactly
I
what
see
we
your
want. We want
tethers
these
reaching
characters
through the
to-
other realms.
They are ready.
But I'm not the live action Madame Web.
Or in the case of the
I'm the
assassin, they're ready to
animated
catch
one. That was fucking cool from the 90s with the crazy chair and the funny accent and the little glasses.
It's already over. Yeah.
Okay.
So there were some other enhancements in the champion.
What else we got?
Additional fighting style feature that used to be at level 10 has moved down to level 7.
Sure.
And then at level 10, there's now a brand new feature that's called Heroic Warrior. And
What's it do?
every time the champion starts their turn,
I'm being so rude to this video. I'm basically being what I imagine the shittiest audience member at Gen Con would be.
Combat and doesn't have heroic inspiration, they get it automatically.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And remember, the new heroic inspiration lets you re-roll any die roll. So the champion could use this to re-roll their d20 roll in the hope of fishing for crits, but they could also use it to re-roll a damage die or some other die that they're using on their turn. What this means is that a champion, every turn in combat, has a re-roll in their pocket, which, again...
Fluffcopter says, honestly, this is such a huge nerf to surprise attacks. What's even the point of surprising? I think that the point of the change is to change the point of surprising. I think that the point of surprising before used to be so powerful that the difference between surprising creatures or not often would be the difference between even a combat encounter happening or not. And I think that they want surprise to not be that. I think that the goal here, from what I'm hearing, is that in a lot of circumstances, it's almost like the goal is to get surprise more so than anything else, because if you can get surprise, that's such a powerful toolkit that's just so powerful. And I think that they wanted Surprise to fill a different role. And I think they want Surprise to sort of sit more actively into what it would be in real life, which is that when people are surprised, they're not like, they're just like, oh, and then they react. So it's just a matter that Surprise is no longer like a combat goal to the same extreme. It's more of a mechanics that somewhat more realistically express what is happening literally. Do you know what I mean? Will I make this a video? Maybe. I wasn't planning on it, but maybe.
Simple, but potentially very effective. Finally, their level 18 feature, Survivor, now in addition to its other functions that it had before, also gives the champion advantage on death saving throws, and they essentially gain their expanded crit range that they have on attack rolls also on death saves. And here's what I mean by that.
Oh, that's cool.
When they're
I like
making
that
death
a
saving
lot.
throws, if they roll an 18, 19, or 20, when they have this Survivor feature,
I like that
they
a
gain
lot.
the benefit of having rolled a 20. They basically
That's
they
good.
can roll a critical death saving throw.
That's good. I like
with a
that.
bigger range,
Solid,
since
super
that's
solid.
also their
A
theme
plus,
with their
A
attack
plus, A
rolls.
plus.
Meaning it is really
Yeah.
hard to keep
That's
a
going to
champion
be
down.
really
And
fun
what does a
feeling.
critical death saving throw do?
So when you roll a 20 on a death saving throw, you
Come back,
gain,
baby.
A hit point, which means you stop dying.
Yeah.
So that's the best thing that can happen to you, because that erases all of the death saving throw failures you might have accrued up to that point, and then you have the potential to get back into the fight.
Lots of people want to play a fighter, a lot of people want to play a wizard, but there's always been something like, I want a little bit of magic with me having a sword, having a longbow, just a little touch of magic, and that's what the Eldritch Knight gives you.
Yeah, and the Eldritch Knight is tapping into that.
The Eldritch Knight was not that different, right? We don't need to watch this part of the video. I'm going to skip it. I want to read about the Paladin. Okay? We're moving on. Okay? Nobody get upset with me. We already know the Eldritch Knight's the Eldritch Knight. It just gets better at Eldritch Knighting. Feels the same. Yeah, I thought, okay, we're closing the video. Bye. Okay, overall thoughts on the fighter. I'm excited for it. There's really nothing that I saw here that was like making me feel like, oh, what are we doing here? Everything seems cool. Do you know what I mean? No spell schools, and they can use their extra attacks on spells. Yeah. Those are big changes, and they're good changes, but it's whatever. Overall, I'm happy. I'm excited to see what the fighter becomes. I think the fighter feels good. All right, let's take a look at the Paladin. Paladin gets a lot of changes. I'm going to burp soon. Ugh. You'd like to learn Pathfinder 2? Do you know a creator who does basically what I do for Pathfinder 2? You know what? I do, actually. What's his name? What's the name of the guy who does Pathfinder and City of Mists video? No nat ones. No nat ones. This guy. Really good YouTuber. No nat ones. I don't even play Pathfinder. I don't know the rules well enough. I'd need a dungeon master to run it for me. But I like his videos quite a bit. And he's got a bunch of interesting stuff on Pathfinder. I don't know if he does shorts, so I guess he does. But I don't know if he does. Does he stream live? Yeah, it looks. He does lives. Most of his lives are City of Heroes. Not City of Mist, City of Heroes. But no nat ones. Really nice creator. Tell him I say hi. I've never met the guy, but I'd love to. Seems great. All right, kadunk. Let's take a look at the Paladin. What's in the doc? Here you could look at it yourself. We haven't looked at it yet. We're looking at the new Paladin class. And here's the nutshell changes, but we're gonna skip them and dive into it. So at level 1, we're getting lay on hands and spell casting. Ooh, we're getting spell casting at level 1. That's cray. Formerly an action to use, Paladin's lay on hands now only requires a bonus action, granting the class more versatility with other options on their turn. Cool. Additionally, oops. Let's not ruin that. Stretch. It no longer removes diseases. It can cure the poisoned condition. This is great. Perfect changes. Do you know what these changes are addressing? These changes are addressing things my players just did unintentionally. My players, they always think lay on hands is a bonus action. And they always think they can do the cure disease thing to end the poisoned condition. This is just a thing my players have been trying to do forever. And every time I have a paladin, both of those conversations need to happen. Where they're like, actually, it's an action to lay on hands. Actually, it cures diseases, not poisons, and those are different. So this is just great. Perfect changes. Super into them. I don't even care that they make it better. Like, yeah, people in the chat are saying that diseases are not that common. Poisons are way more common. And they're just removing diseases. Great. I don't need it to be that, but I'm glad that I just like it because it literally is making it so the players just get what they think they're getting. There is not miscommunication between what an ability feels like it's supposed to do and what an ability does. And they're closing that gap is a really good thing. Spellcasting, level 1. A big change from the 2014 players Paladin is that spellcasting is now accessible from level 1. With the number of spells you can prepare now a fixed number listed in the Paladin table. Interesting. This opens up a lot more options for level 1 Paladins, especially given the new and improved smite spells. Oh! Interesting. Would it be too broken for them to cure both diseases and poison? No, I don't think so. I'm not looking forward to having to spend hundreds on new books, just barely finished out the ones I needed for 5e. Think going to use free PDFs from now on after spending too much on the last version. Well, I'm not going to support or encourage piracy, but, you know, if you are somebody who enjoys sailing the seas, you should do what you want to do. I think that Wizards of the Coast, we must remember, is still a company that is a part of a larger company. And they are always going to be trying to make money. And I think that in general, you got a choice to make at a certain point, which is like, how much am I going to be bothered by that? And what are they doing to make that money have value? You know, what are they doing to make it worth spending that money? And that's just a choice you have to make for yourself. I think that for me, one thing that I'm going to say, and I've seen a lot of conversations about this online. I don't think what I'm saying right now is particularly controversial, but ever since everything with the OGL scandal, when Wizards came back after the OGL to try to make things right, both in terms of how they handled that and the way that they continue to handle stuff with the Creative Commons moving into this new edition or whatever we're calling it, is good. They're like, they did everything that I personally felt like they needed to make the OGL stuff feel good again. They listened. And I think that at a certain point, you have to sort of decide, I am going to continue to not like this company due to the nature of them existing as a large corporation, or I am going to be comfortable with the parts of this company that I do like because they are trying to make changes in positive ways. And I don't think either thing is wrong, but at least for me, it's hard for me to stay angry at every single aspect of Wizards of the Coast when I see in the designers and in a lot of the people that are a part of that organization really genuinely making efforts to work within the space that they are in a way that is going to be positive and beneficial for the community. You know, it's like, there's no corporation is full of great people all the time. But I see moments of, I see hope. I see silver lining with wizards, at least. That's just me. See, Gamer Falcon, I completely agree. But I would push back and I would say, that's what I'm saying. If you are somebody that's like, Hasbro Wizards of the Coast sent the Pinkertons after somebody, so I cannot support the new D&D, I totally get that. But if you are somebody that's saying, the people that are on the D&D team had nothing to do with that, have no power over that, and are genuinely trying to make the game good and accessible and easy to build off of for as many people as possible in a really positive way, like, both of those things are true at the same time. So I totally, if you don't want to support Wizards and what it's doing moving forward, totally get it. But I also think that you should not vilify or demonize every single person that works there. And certainly not people that are on, like, the game design team for Dungeons and Dragons. You know? They get a weapon mastery at level 1. I think this is just weapon masteries being weapon masteries. You select 2 weapons you're proficient in and unlock their masteries, and you can change them on a long rest. All right, cool. And then we get a fighting style. Fighting styles are fighting styles. Anything change? No, they're just feats now. I guess that's the main thing, is that a lot of these things have sort of been replaced with, like, mini feats. And then at level 2, we get Smite. You're glad they got Blessed Warrior back? Yeah, Blessed Warrior is a cool fighting style. Yeah, they can choose any fighting style now, too. Yeah, it's good. Okay, Smite has made some big changes, right? Smite is now a spell. Previously, a dedicated feature in the 2014 Paladin and formerly known as Divine Smite, the level 2 Paladin Smite feature on the 2024 Paladin works a bit differently. Granting you a Smite feature directly, instead of granting you a Smite feature directly, it gives you the Divine Smite spell. The new spell works much like the 2014 Smite with a couple differences. It can now be used on unarmed strikes. Nice. Second, it requires a bonus action. Lame. And it can be taken immediately after you hit the creature. Still lame. Don't like that it takes a bonus action, but I accept it. After you hit a creature with an attack roll, bring it most of the way in line with Divine Smite's mechanics. Huh. I'm wondering why they made it a spell. Like, what does that do? How does that help things? Huh.
Hey Cinder, are you going to be the first person to counterspell a Paladin Divine Smite, since it's a spell now?
Maybe. Maybe I am. Oh my goodness! Guys, we gotta pause for a second. Rex! What are you doing? Did you just gift 5 subs? He's out of control! Alright, who did you give subs to? Let's see, what lucky... Rex gifting 5 subs! What are our new members? Matt Thorne, very cool. Beyonder, welcome to the membership. Very cool. Quispy Giraffe, oh, he's cool. He couldn't be more cool! Ghost Ninja? You know he's cool now. Wow. Wow, what is going on here? Anyway. Thanks for the 5 gifted. That's a lot. That's a lot of gifted you just gifted. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. How you doing, Rex? Yeah, but okay, so we can counterspell Smite now, but aside from the fact that we can counterspell Smite, is there like a reason to do that? You can't stay, but here's some love, I appreciate it. Like, what is the reason for it? Magic Initiate. I guess is the reason to give access to it to more classes. It's also only once per turn now. Yeah, but you could accomplish that. You could accomplish that goal in other ways. Robert, you are special too. Here, Robert. Wait, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make you feel not special. Robert, you're special too, Robert. Thank you for the resub. Sorry. I wasn't trying to make you not feel special. I kind of think they're just trying to make all the things you can spend spells on be spells. Oh, maybe. That makes sense. But, like, it makes sense from, like, a simplification perspective. So maybe that's why? It does a much a smaller nerf, so it doesn't feel as much of, like, a required thing. Sorcerer points could work for Smite now? Yeah, anything. I mean, a lot of things could work for Smite now. The Desmond Guide gifting up 5 subs. Oh my goodness, guys. The Desmond! What are you crazy? You crazy! He's out of control! Nobody knows! Everybody knows! Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. Start a gift-a-thon? Listen, I can't tell people to spend money, but if you want to, you're more than welcome to. I will keep playing banger music and doing silly dances whenever that happens. It was a nerf to it since too many people said it was too strong. Felt like you kind of had to use your spell slots for Smite. All of that makes sense. All of that makes sense. You know what? Can I say something? I would push back on that a little bit. Obviously we don't see how everything is happening right now. But if all of the logic and the reasoning is because you're trying to basically make smiting feel like an option amongst other options as opposed to like the option. And a lot of that from what I'm seeing in here is tying into spell slot usage. Like, I might have pushed it in a different direction. I might have pushed it in a direction where it's like smiting is on its own resource and just not have it be tied to spell slots and have it just be its own thing. You could still make it follow whatever rules you needed to. But I would almost maybe make it like in the same way that like rogues get sneak attack. Like it would just be a core class feature. But maybe it's tying into other things. I don't want to make a million assumptions about like what it should or shouldn't be. Just cuz we gotta actually see it first, you know? They're also enhancing Smite in other ways, such as Oath of Devotion, giving temporary half cover to you and allies in your area when you Smite. That's cool. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Are they going to talk about that here? Hopefully they do. College of Swords Bard is going to go crazy? Yeah, probably. College of Swords Bard already kind of goes crazy. If you build it right, they're beasts. Overall, Paladin is buffed so far. I mean, so far, yeah, I agree. The Smite feels like a little bit of a downgrade, but not in a crazy way. Let's take a look at these subclass changes. All 4 subclasses from the 2024 Paladin are returning options, but each one has made a small glow up. Okay. Let's see. What are we getting? Glory, Devotion, Ancients, and Vengeance. All right, word. Devotion. Paladins who swear an oath of devotion will find their features lasting longer. Ooh. A sacred weapon and holy nimbus now each last 10 minutes instead of 1. Let's go. That's pretty strong. In addition, to its longer duration, holy nimbus can also be used again by spending level 5 spell slot. Okay. Rather than just being once per long rest. I mean, that's fine. You're not going to get access to that till like very high level anyway. They also have a new feature that replaces Purity of Spirit in the form of Smite of Protection. That's a fun name. Which grants cover to you and your allies within your aura when you cast Divine Smite. Cool. Finally, Oath of Devotion Paladins get tweaked spells in the form of Shield of Faith and Aid, replacing Sanctuary and Lesser Restoration. Okay, so all right. So it's a little bit more like action-oriented defense, which I like. Aid and Shield of Faith are both feel more action-oriented than Sanctuary and Lesser Restoration. I think them giving your Smite a little bonus where everyone gets cover is fucking awesome. That's great. What a cool new thing. I really hope that all of the Paladin subclasses get like unique Smite mechanics. That would be great. Am I going to go over the video this time too? You can mention stuff now. This isn't like a spoiler review or a spoiler-free review. So if there's stuff not being mentioned here, you can totally mention it. Maybe we'll watch the video. I'm going to be honest. There wasn't that much information in the fighter video. You know, like there was some, but it wasn't crazy. Aid severe. I love Aid. Aid is a great spell. Let's take a look at Oath of Glory. It had its aura of alacrity feature improved. Okay. It had a 5-foot radius. Now it uses your aura of protection to determine who it affects. Okay. This use of aura of protection is something else. You'll see reoccurring. Fine. Better synergy with the other features, sure. Oath of Glory Paladins also enjoy a 1-hour duration on Peerless Athlete. Okay. And access to a brand new Oath spell called Yoland's Regal Presence. That's a great name. Yoland! So they changed it so Sacred Weapon can be used as part of the attack action instead of its own action. That's cool. I like that. That makes sense. They're going to change everything. They've certainly changed the monk. We haven't looked. They haven't released any monk stuff yet. What's going on with the Oath of Ancients? They'll call that YOLO Presence? Yeah, for sure they will. It's now the Undying Sentinel. Oh, shit. Oh, no, that's just a feature they're changing. I misread it. In the original book, you would go to 1 HP instead of 0, but now, when you go to 0, you instantly regain a number of hit points equal to 3 times your Paladin level. Wow, that makes that feature really good. Oh my god, that makes that good. You don't get that feature until level 15, I think, normally. So that means that if you get dropped, you're coming back with a minimum of 45 hit points. That's fucking beefy. That's beefy. Nature's Wrath also now affects each creature of your choice within 15 feet. Targets have to make a strength saving throw instead of getting to choose between strength or dex. Nice. An Elder Champion also now has seen some love, requiring a bonus action instead of an action, and can be refreshed with a 5th level spell slot. All these changes are great. All of these are just good. Really good changes. I like all of them. The coming back with 3 times your Paladin level instead of 1 hit point is the difference between not dying and winning the fight. Like, coming back with 1 HP is nice to not die, but you still kind of suck. Like, you're still about to die. Coming back with 45 hit points, I mean, assuming you're level, like, 15, you're going to be fighting monsters that are pretty easily able to dish out 45 damage in a round, but not every single round, and usually that damage is going to have to be somewhat focused. So assuming that there's other people around and you're not taking all of that, you're gonna be that 45 hit points is gonna last you. You're gonna survive. You know what I mean? You're gonna be there fighting the good fight for at least a little while, which is good. It's a spell, can be dispelled or countered. Logan, are you watching the video like 20 minutes earlier when we were talking about Smite? Let's look at Oath of Vengeance. Oath of Vengeance receives an action economy boost with Vow of Enmity, no longer requiring an action, and instead can be applied when you attack. Ooh, that's fucking good too. It also has an increased range and can be transferred when the current target of your vow is reduced to 0 hit points. Also very good. Relentless Avenger and Avenging Angel have also had boosts, with the former reducing the target's speed to 0 and the latter being able to be refreshed with a 5th level spell slot. Okay, I have some. Okay, Can we be real for a second, chat? These are all good. Like, I like all of these quite a bit. Is this actually backwards compatible, though? Aren't these just buffs? Like, across the board? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's no way that this is actually backwards compatible. I mean, I guess it is, but it's like not gonna be fun feeling for the people that are using the OG stuff. You know? Well, you might be saying it was never going to be backwards compatible, but quite a lot of the official creators and the things they are vocalizing has been saying it's going to be backwards compatible, or it is backwards compatible. But it's not. I mean, maybe it is, but it really depends on the way you play your game, I guess. At 5th level, paladins now always have a faithful steed on hand with fine steed. That's cool. It grants a single free casting of the spell once per day. And then you get a buddy, and they can upgrade with the brand new bespoke stat block. Fine steed is much better suited for combat. This is not, that's just the original spell. Okay. Always having fine steed is pretty cool. Yeah, I like it. It's great. What did Wizards of the Coast mean when they said backwards compatible? Maybe they meant you could use these characters in the old modules. Because I do think it probably is backwards compatible in that way. But if they meant backwards compatible, like, you can be this paladin and be the original paladin, and they will both feel good together, I don't know if I agree with that. I think they mean it's backwards compatible, like you could use these characters in Tomb of Annihilation, or you could use these characters in Curse of Strahd. And in that regard, yeah, they are very backwards compatible. At 9th level, Abjure Foes. This new Paladin feature allows you to spend your Channel Divinity to target a number of creatures equal to your Charisma modifier, forcing them to make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they're frightened of you. And while frightened this way, they are limited to only moving, taking an action, or a bonus action on their turn. Whoa! Really powerful battlefield control. Okay. I feel like that doesn't need to be something that... Okay, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. But that's crazy that that's just an on every paladin feature. That feels like that would be like a subclass feature. You know? Logan, I feel like you are angry, and that anger is changing the way that you are perceiving the situation, because modifying a module is not nothing. In fact, I would say maybe half of the, not half, that's an overestimate, but like a third of the books that are 5e modules that are good books are modified modules, and they needed to be modified in order for them to work in 5e. So not having to modify modules is not nothing. That's quite a lot of a thing. So listen, be upset. I'm happy for people to disagree with what Wizards is doing. Be upset as you want, but let's not be harsher than we need to be. Okay. That's what I'm saying though. Like you have a wound. You're wounded, and that wound is affecting, I think, your judgment. Your judgment, part of that judgment is still valid, but you got to acknowledge the wound too, you know? If you pretend the wound isn't there, you are deciding to speak irrationally and want people to treat it rationally. Which, by the way, is something I do all the time. It's something many people do. But let's acknowledge, let's you know, let's hold our pain. Let's acknowledge our pain. Let's say fuck you for hurting us. But don't let that pain, you know, leave a shadow on you. Don't let it taint you. But you can still say fuck you and punch him in the eye if you want. Let's take a look at restoring touch. That wasn't psychology. Man, listen, I fucking been there. All of us have been there. How many times in your life have you been scorned by something in a way that is not a big deal from anyone in the outside world's perspective, but actually is a big deal to you? And not in a way that's a joke, but like a way that's real. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Actually, no, that's not a good example. Let me think of a good example. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I got an example. About, I don't know, whatever year Guardians of the Galaxy came out, I was dating a woman at the time, and she and I went to, it's a weird story. Whatever. She and I went to, we would go to the movies sometimes. And there was a theater that we just had one or two really bad experiences in. You know, going there, trying to get tickets to a show that said it was not sold out, but it was sold out, or, you know, weird stuff with food. It's just like issues. We went to go see Guardians of the Galaxy when it came out. And I don't remember. Something happened with our tickets where, for whatever reason, we had tickets and there was like an assigned seats showing. And for whatever reason, we couldn't get to the seats that we were. Oh, okay. There was some sort of glitch in their system or something, but they double sold the tickets, basically. So the seats that we were supposed to have, we didn't have. And we were put in the front row. Which sucks if you go to the movie theater. And I was so fucking mad. Now, the person who tried to fix this and gave us those seats in the front row, they didn't know that we had issues with this theater before. They didn't know that, you know, I had been waiting for this movie to come out for a long time, and I was working a really busy schedule, and this was like the only afternoon that I had free that I could go see it in, and I wouldn't be able to do another showing for like another week or two. They didn't know any of that. So they weren't making that decision. They weren't actively trying to hurt me. But I made them feel bad because of how intensely I spoke to them. I don't think I yelled, but I think I did the kind of thing where it would have been better if I yelled, because I think I tried to hurt their feelings. And I think I did. And I think I got too mad. And I think it did not look good. I didn't think my girlfriend liked it. They didn't like it. It didn't really solve the problem. And they didn't deserve it. Why? Because I was wounded, okay? I was hurt. I was hurt by a movie theater. Which is stupid. You don't, how do you, it doesn't mean, it's like, there's so many things in life that matter more than that. But I was in a weird space in my life where I was working really hard. I was not making much money. I had like 3 things in my life that I liked at the time. One of them was going to the movies. I was obsessed with movies at the time. So for me, it was less like, it wasn't just this situation. It was, I got nothing nice this week. This is the one nice thing I'm going to get. And you fucked it up for me. But that person didn't need me to yell at them. That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice. To be fair, this was like 15 years ago and I was much younger and dumber. And I mostly feel shame when I think about it now. So I think I've grown as a person, but we'll see. Yeah. That's true. Feelings being hurt is another thing. I for sure. Feelings being hurt is another thing. But I just mean, like, there was I shouldn't have gotten that upset. Like, I was getting mad. And why? It was a waste. Like, it didn't solve anything. And I was getting mad because of past stuff. And it doesn't matter. Lit is a little rant about Cinder in the past. Okay, let's see what happens at 14th level with Restoring Touch. It gives you an alternative use for your lay on hands. Nice. You can now choose to remove one condition from a list of options. And if you're going to give me a fucking hard time about yelling at a guy that worked at a movie theater, this wasn't like I was in my 30s and he was in his 20s. This was like both of us were probably 20 at the time. We were both young dummies. Okay? I'm not going to feel guilty about it. I haven't yelled at I haven't yelled at people publicly probably in 20 years. All right. Except for that one guy. I yelled at him, but you don't know about him, and he deserved it. All right, so what can we do with lay on hands? You can choose to remove one condition from a list of options and can do this for multiple conditions. Okay, wait, isn't that sort of what lay on hands did before? Okay. I guess it can probably work for more conditions now. And then we get an epic boon. We gain True Sight. All right. All right. True Sight feels like I don't hate True Sight as the option here. I kind of get it from a perspective of, like, it's going to really help a paladin who normally their wisdom and intelligence is usually not the strongest. So it's going to help them, like, just make them more well-rounded. And I can see the argument for it's like, I am adjudicator of what I believe in. I must see the sights to know what's up. But weirdly, I feel like True Sight doesn't necessarily... It's another one that I'm like, this feels like a good subclass capstone. I don't know if I would call... I don't know if I'd make this a paladin capstone. Or not capstone, but you know what I mean? You can choose any boon you want. Oh, I guess that's fair. All right, I take it back. Not important, irrelevant. I'm judging it for nonsense reasons. Dude, all right, everything the Paladin gets seems pretty straightforward. Honestly, most of the changes for the Paladin are just things that make sense. Things that I would have expected to have. The only one that I'm like, that's kind of an oddball choice, but we'll see what it goes with, is making Smite a spell. That's the only one. And I don't even think it's a bad thing. I just think it's like an odd one. But I like it. Paladin seems cool. Doesn't really feel that different than a normal Paladin. The main thing is, like, you get a big horsey all the time. That's pretty cool. Video has some channel divinity changes and stuff with the subclasses. This might change is the only thing you don't like. I'm wondering if there's going to be like a logic to it that we can kind of see between the lines when we have like the whole book in front of us, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but I don't want to make that assumption either. Some people felt that Paladin comparatively got sideways nerfed and everything else only got buffs. Aside from the smite becoming a spell, what other sideways nerf is there? You get casting earlier. You get your lay on hands is just better. You're getting some subclassy stuff. You always have your horsey. But that's the only one. If you're saying that Paladins got sideways nerfed and everything else got a buff, and by sideways nerfed you are only talking about the smite feature, I want to push back on you. I want to say, I don't think we know enough about what this new version of the game is going to look like to be able to tell how much of a sideways nerf that is compared to other things. We don't know how it's going to mix with the rest of the game. And I think everything else is unquestionably a buff. So I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think if somebody's really upset about the smite thing, they're upset because they are really excited to play smite, or they are upset because they really want to play Paladin in a very specific way, which is a way that the game is very actively and intentionally moving away from. So that type of player is upset, but the game is accomplishing its goal. Do you know what I mean? If the goal here is to prevent hyper-focusing on Supernova and to just create more of a character that can sort of be more well-rounded in the way they express their resources, then I think that goal is being accomplished, whether or not it is a sideways nerf, to the point where I almost feel like it's irrelevant. Joshua says you can't use Polearm Master with Paladins anymore. See, that's completely wrong, Joshua. You can't use Polearm Master with Paladins if your goal is to play a Paladin where you're trying to do as much damage as possible in a single turn, Supernova style. But if your goal is anything else, guess what? You can use Polearm Master with the Paladin, and it can be fucking great. You're just not going to be doing the super every single thing focusing towards one thing combo. You can't double smite. There's a lot of things you can't do, but I don't know how much that's going to matter outside of the situation of the big Supernova thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think that anybody that's complaining about it being too much of a nerf, we don't know what the game's going to feel like yet. I think that's jumping the shark, and I think it's jumping the shark sort of defensively because you are worried about the playstyle that you like maybe not being exactly what it is anymore. That's my guess. But we don't know. Like, I'm not going to be super judgy on it yet. Yeah, overall, I think it's pretty solid. I'm digging it. I don't know how I feel about the Paladin Smite thing yet. I think that there's a lot of people that are upset about it being a spell. I don't know how I feel about that yet. Being able to counterspell it does feel kind of fucked up. I'm not going to lie about that. Shaddux! Thank you for the prime. You're fine with it being a spell, but not fine with it eating concentration? Yeah, I hear that. Yeah. The ability... it requiring concentration affects a lot of things in a way that are going to be a little bit annoying. All right. Do you guys want to watch some of the video, or do you want to skip? I'm fine to skip the video. I don't need to watch it. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to watch some of the Paladin video. Put a 2 in the chat if you're down to just skip it and talk about barbarians. You missed how it eats concentration? The new Paladin Smite is a spell, and that spell requires concentration to maintain. All right, we'll skip the Paladin video. All right, let's check out the Barbarian. Okay, guys. Do you remember how I was talking for a little while earlier about how you guys are going to, you know, your emotions and your past might impact your, the way you look at this thing? That's going to be me here. That's going to be me here, okay? Because I want barbarians to be good and fun. Yeah, you can tell me the change is not... Yeah, Geo, you asked me that like 3 times already. I've answered it every time. Yes, you can. It doesn't? It doesn't require concentration? See, all these people getting mad about shit they're just assuming. I don't think the Beast Barbarian is showing up in this one. At least not yet. Which, you know, is unfortunate. That's fine. All smites are instant bonus actions. Some of them require concentration to maintain. Yeah, so everybody that was given a fucking complaint about them all... You see, this is exactly what I was talking about. People getting upset about shit because they think they're not going to be able to do the thing they want to do. Not even know what they're talking about. Love it. All right, let's take a look at what the new Barbarian's getting. Here's the article if you guys want to follow along. Look at him. Chopping shit up. Give me that axe. I heard that Rogue has some nerfs. Yeah, we're going to see. We'll see when we get there. Well, Rogue is going to be next. Let's take a look at this level 1 rage. You can't be the Hulk of your adventuring party without a persistent, nigh uncontrollable rage. You now can use a bonus action to maintain your rage. I like that. It's also extended if you force an enemy to make a saving throw. I like that. Good changes. You can also regain 1 use of your rage when you finish a short rest. Good. Great. No complaints. Good changes across the board for rage. Love them all. Let's take a look at weapon. They're getting weapon mastery. Everybody gets weapon mastery. That's fine. Weapon mastery is fine. Cool. They're going to like it. They're going to chop shit up. Danger sense. Previously, you'd have to be able to see or hear a fireball. Now you can just dodge effectively. Cool. So you just have advantage on all dexterity saving throws. That's cool. Into that. So far, so good. Danger sense is one of the weirdest abilities in D&D because it is so simple, but it has such a dramatic impact on the way the barbarian feels. It's one of those features that, like, really is very class defining in a way that is almost never spoken about. But in a class that is entirely devoted to you being armorless and strength-based and big and burly, giving you advantage on dex saves, but not necessarily giving you any advantages on dex in general outside of that, does such a good job of making you feel like a wily big dude. I don't know. I think about it all the time. I think it's not a crazy ability. Like, I don't love it at all, but I love what it does. It really makes a barbarian feel like a barbarian. Like, if you've ever played a barbarian, just knowing that you have advantage on all dex saves, it changes the way you feel about your character. in a very sort of subtle but all influencing way. If these subclasses bits don't share enough, we could also watch the video of this one, but we'll see. Let's see what these say. Path of the Berserker. The biggest change to the Path of the Berserker is the adjustment to Frenzy. Now, instead of you getting an extra bonus action attack, you get additional damage on your first hit each turn. It's represented by a number of d6s equal to your rage bonus. Okay, so it's like a weird sneak attack, kind of. You don't get exhaustion. What do you get? Other than that, Intimidating Presence and Retaliation have swapped places. And it now affects multiple... What is that? You guys, what did we just find in the article? What is that? Do you guys see what I see? What the fuck is that? That's a spelling mistake. Creatures. Right? Creatures? I think. I love spelling mistakes. Intimidating Presence now affects multiple creatures. And the Frightened lasts up to a minute without you needing to spend Mindless Rage. Now also ends Charmed and Frightened instead of suspending it. Cool. Wait, so what do you have to do to use Frenzy? Is it just on? Oh, they meant multiple creates? Oh, cool. Can you please why what was said about level 1? You can just click on the article. I don't know what you mean. You think it's just on whenever you rage? Oh, okay. No downside? Gotcha. They haven't posted... Did they post stuff about the new monk? I don't think there's a new article on the new monk. There's playtest for the new monk, but I don't think there's any articles on it. We're looking at the articles for the official stuff. We have the Rogue, Barbarian, Paladin, Fighter. Yeah, no monk yet. Yeah, the monk was the Unearthed Arcana. You have to do Reckless Attack. Oh, that's cool. I like that. So in order for you to Frenzy, you have to do Reckless. Perfect. I think that's amazing. Path of the Wild Heart. Path of the Wild Heart has seen some significant improvements. Now you can change the animals that you draw power from more easily. Okay, and they've been balanced to make choosing feel more strategic. Instead of choosing an animal at level 3 and sticking with it, you can swap out benefits from your level 3 and 14 abilities each time you rage. Whoa, big change. That's huge. The more passive abilities you get at level 6 can be changed out whenever you finish a long rest. Holy shit, the Path of the Wild Heart is the new Beast Barbarian. That's the Beast Barbarian. Straight up. You can change your core feature every time you rage, and then you get a unique utility ability that you can change semi-regularly. If you take away all the flavor of the Beast Barbarian, what makes the Beast Barbarian so good? You can change what it does while it's raging, and you can change its utility feature very regularly. That's that. Wild Heart is the new Beast Barbarian. I'm calling it now. Dungeons Dudes did an in-depth video on all the features of the World Tree. Did they get early access to it? Those fucks. I'm not a famous but big enough content creator for Wizards of the Coast to send me early access to anything. I'm just like you guys. I'm just some random dude on the internet. I'm only popular because I make dumb YouTube shorts. So we're all just swimming through the dark together. Or did they just watch the video? I don't know. Anyway, fucking Path of the Wild Heart sounds awesome. Sounds like it's the cool one. World Tree is going to be the new one. You dish out temporary hit points, shift enemies on the battlefield, increase your reach and versatility. We looked at the UA version of this before on stream. If it's anything like the UA version, it's going to be cool. Wizards of the Coast doesn't. No, Wizards of the Coast would not pay people off to not talk shit about them. If anything, they would either just ignore you, or they would say, "Hey, let's do a thing together. Here's money or a cool hat." Yeah, the World Tree Barbarian looks good. Brandon, I'm grassroots, baby. I'm grassroots big. Here's the thing. I might have a little bit of success on YouTube and Twitch, but none of it has come from connections to anyone. So when you look at a lot of content creators, a lot of them either come from having a pretty good network or are very good at networking. And networking is a huge part of the behind the scenes in this space. And I'm still kind of new to it as like a content creator that does things. So like I know very few people in the space. I have never spoken to anyone on the Wizards of the Coast side of things or Paizo or like any larger companies. They don't know who I am. I don't know who we don't have a relationship. Dungeon dudes are too powerful. No, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I tried to meet them once and I didn't. I was at a party during PAX Unplugged and I saw them there and I made eye contact with one of them and I made him a look like I wanted to say hi. And he gave me a look like he didn't want to say hi. And he walked away. That was it. That was the thing. It wasn't even a mean thing. It was fine. It was fine. It was fine. Yeah, D&D Shorts did. Yeah, D&D Shorts popped into my stream one time. He seems like a really fun, friendly guy. They don't know who I am. No, I'll tell you what was happening. I know exactly what was happening. I'll tell you exactly what was happening. It was like 2 or 3 days into a convention. It was medium late at night in a bar. They were fucking tired and didn't want some random, fan. They didn't want to have to deal with some random fan. So they politely nodded and walked away. That's what happened. I've been there. I could see that happening. If I was fucking tired, somebody wanted to talk to me and I didn't want to talk to anybody, I would see myself nod and politely walk away. It was less so like they were being rude and more so it was like, oh, I know who you are and you have no idea who I am and I'm just going to not worry about that. It's like, it was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not that popular. All right, that's fine. It's cool. It's cool. No big deal. No big deal. Don't matter. You came here for the shorts? Dude, I got shorts right now, baby. Yeah, I've only been to a couple cons so far, and they're pretty draining. There's a lot of work to them as a content creator, or just as anybody. Walking around, being around that many people is a lot. Although I didn't have that happen. I was at PAX Unplugged this year. I think I had maybe like 2 people approach me and say hi. It was very mellow. People don't know who I am. Also, I don't look the same in real life usually because they're used to just big head. All right, so Zealot. Everyone says the Zealot sucks now. Why is everyone mad at what the Zealot became? Let's see. It's Warrior of God feature now. It helps you stay alive by giving you a pool of healing dice. You can roll as a bonus action. Okay, rather than making it easier for you to come back from the dead. This is also a reflected in the Rage of the Gods feature, which replaces Rage Beyond Death and gives you a fly speed, damage resistances, and the ability to expend use of your Rage to prevent you and your comrades from dropping to 0. Huh. The thing you know from Zealot is no longer in there? What does that mean? So you get some, like, innate healing, and then you don't get Rage Beyond Death, you get a fly speed. Alright. What's boring about... How is that... I guess my question is, what makes that more or less boring than the original one? I feel like it's not more boring. Like, the original one's kind of... I like the original one, but I think it's also kind of boring. You liked the short and then got a notification for a homebrew stream and been here ever since? Oh, Casper. Well, we like having you, buddy. Their argument was features that rely on you dying to use them is bad, which is true, but Rage Beyond Death was so cool. Fair. I agree with all of those points. The Zealot is no longer the Doom guy who's too angry to die. I don't know, man. I don't know if I think a healing is a big... I don't think of healing and flight, it makes this thing boring. What I would say is, again, we'd have to see what the Wild Heart really looks like, but I'm curious. I would want to look at the actual mechanics of the new Rage Beyond Death, because a lot of these feel like Totem Barbarian features. Like, these two, you could get as your 14th level feature by being a Totem Barbarian. If you have the Bear Totem and then the 14th level Eagle whatever, you have a bunch of extra damage resistances and a fly speed. So, I will not like it, I think, if it feels like I could basically accomplish almost the exact same version of it with another subclass, because I do feel like every subclass, especially its capstone, should feel unique. But I don't know what the Wild Heart's going to look like yet. If a 14th level Wild Heart can fly and get a bunch of extra damage resistances, it's going to feel a little bit lame if this is flight and a bunch of damage resistances. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I could tell that the Wild Heart was the new totem. You could tell because of the wording here where it says, formerly Path of the Totem Warrior. That's the biggest clue, I think. Old Zealot feels a bit more volatile, while the new one feels more consistent. Here's what I would say. If you took out the ability to return to life for free and replace it with healing, and then you take out the Rage Beyond Death and you replace it with, like, flying plus damage resistances and bringing people back to life, do you know what that changes? The change is you're going from the Path of the Zealot as this, like, undying warrior to Path of the Zealot like a warrior of a god. The new Path of the Zealot feels much closer to like an Azamar. You're flying, you're healing. You know? It's very angelic or demonic, but it's almost like you're taking on more of a magical expression of a zealot as opposed to this sort of more feet on the ground, I am a zealot where I just don't stop. That's what I would say. But it still could be cool. It does feel like, though, that's the vibe difference. Do you know what I mean? It's like the old-fashioned zealot is a little bit more of just like, I just punch forever and die and come back. And the new zealot is like, I am bestowed the powers of a god. Let's take a look at primal knowledge. Making a barbarian makes you more useful. Primal knowledge gives you an extra skill proficiency from the barbarian's list and the ability to replace certain skill ability modifiers with your strength when rage is active. The skills include acrobatics, intimidation, perception, stealth, and survival. Okay, I like all of that. Although it does feel silly, I think, for these three. I'm not against the ability to use our strength for these skills, but how the fuck is our strength making us more perceptive, or making us better at tying knots? You know what I mean? Or better at hiding. All right, whatever. I accept it, but the fiction feels lacking. But it's good. It's a good feature. This means that you can now fly into a rage and use your fury to sneak into places, perceive things more easily, and do complex calisthenics. Cool. Yeah, it's like focused rage. No, I get it. But it doesn't make sense. It's still just that it being focused rage doesn't mean that I should be better at reading the room because of how strong I am. Why would you waste a rage for this? Well, let me ask you a question. If you can maintain your rage with a bonus action, so you don't need to worry about it running out, and you are in a situation where you need to track something and sneak, maybe do a handful of things that are not combat, would you like to rely on your wisdom and dexterity and charisma for those things? Or would you like to confidently be able to know you're going to be able to just use your strength for them? It's just another option. I don't think it's a bad thing to have. I think it's quite good to have. I also think that it's in the same way that when we were talking about the fighter, where they can add a D10 to any ability check, this isn't any ability check. It's very specific. It's acrobatics, intimidation, perception, stealth, and survival. It is pushing us in certain vibe directions, you know? We also get more rages. Yeah, we get rages on a short rest. So I think it's good. I don't think it's, I feel like it's not a reason not to have it. I don't think they need the 10-minute playtest duration because you get more rages now. You get a rage on a short rest. Listen, if you're really concerned about running out of... If you have one rage left and you're really concerned about running out of it, and you don't think you're going to be able to rest before your next fight, don't use it. But if you're in a situation where you have a moment, there's no reason not to short rest to get your rage back. Yeah, it is very Conan the Barbarian vibes. If anyone has ever actually read any of the Conan Barbarian books, he is a very sneaky guy for a barbarian. Shades, 1 minute means you can use your rage for roleplay moments. 1 minute is enough. It's not a lot. It's not enough for maybe multiple roleplay moments, but it's enough for the intimidation checks you would need to get off. Because you can always just decide to activate it. Let's take a look at Instinctive Pounce. 7th level. You gain the ability to move up to half your movement speed as part of the same bonus action you take when you enter your rage. This was the same in the UA. It's awesome. I like it. No comment. Great. A+. Brutal Strike. This ability replaces the Brutal Critical in favor of more strategic uses of Barbarian's resources. Using Brutal Strike, you can forego advantage on one of your strength-based attacks in exchange for more damage and a selection of debuffs you can impose on your enemies. Advantage can be gained through Reckless. This is fucking awesome. I love, before you even know what this does, I love the idea that you can choose to Reckless attack, not get advantage on the attack, but get access to other things. I genuinely love that. I think that's so good. That's gonna feel so fun. All right, let's see what they are. You get an extra D10 damage, and you can either knock a creature back 15 feet, and then you can follow up moving after them. That's crazy. Or you can reduce their movement speed by 15 feet until the end of your next turn. Okay, that one's boring. This one's awesome. These are great. I like them both. It's a higher risk, higher reward. It's fun. they hold up different now. Does that mean they hold up well or they hold up badly? Hamstring blow is way more boring, and you're probably going to use it way less, but it's going to be so important and good when you need it. But forceful blow is just so much more fun. It's fun knocking creatures around. It's like one of my favorite things to do in gaming, knocking creatures around. Shaddix, did I say thank you for the prime that you gave me 26 minutes ago? I hope I did. If I didn't, I'm sorry. The Conan Barbarian books are great. I have not read all of them. When I used to do a lot of theater stuff, there was a guy who had like a book that was like this big that was just full of the Conan stories. And he would bring it to our rehearsals. Rehearsals were so long. And at a certain point, he bought an iPad, and he started playing games on his iPad during rehearsal. And then he would let me borrow the Conan book when he was playing games on his iPad. So I read some of the stories, and they were really good, but I didn't read all of them. Makes push mastery pointless unless it stacks. I'm gonna assume that it stacks. That's my guess. Because they've already established that the Battle Master maneuvers stack on top of the weapon masteries, even if they do the same thing. So I'm going to assume it's going to be the same here. Because I can't imagine that it would stack for Battle Master maneuvers, and it wouldn't stack for these. He wasn't playing Candy Crush. He was playing some like JRPG. It was one that I wasn't familiar with. Imagine image of these two barbarians knocking monsters to each other like ping pong balls. Yeah, that would be great. Relentless Rage. We heard you like tanky builds, so we made your tanky build even more tanky. Can I say something here? I don't want to be a mean person. Who wrote this article? Where's the author? Mike Bernier wrote this article. I think this just comes from reading too much. I don't like sentences like this. It feels like out of place. Like it's like too memey. It's a little too memey for the tone of the article. You know? And I'm not even, like, the guy's not a bad writer. I only had to like through one or two things so far. Like, I would get it if the article had a memey tone throughout it, but I noticed that it happens sort of throughout this. Like, almost every piece, there's, like, a sort of jokey sentence to start. And then it dives in. And if I was going to give this guy feedback, it'd be the same feedback I give you guys. I would say skip the jokey sentence. I think it reads better without it. I don't think you need it. I think in some ways it kind of takes away from the flow. Yeah, I don't know. I was just watching the new Mad Max movie the other day, and Mad Max, especially the newer ones, they're some of the best media at accomplishing the goal of every single thing on screen is for a singular purpose, and it's all moving towards that singular purpose. It doesn't feel like anything is wasted. It doesn't feel like anything is a tangent. It doesn't feel like there's anything where you're like, there's nothing that you question for being there. Everything that's there, like, has a job. And that job feels so tied to the goal, the singular goal of the project. And I really like when media does that. It doesn't do it that often well. But I feel like for writing especially, it's easier to do that. So it really stands out to me when there's writing where there's just like a little thing that feels like it is pulling away from the goal somehow, or isn't like aligned with it in a way that is satisfying to experience. Anyway, let's see what this actually does now that I'm done complaining about the jokey nature of the first sentence. Previously, when you succeed on a con saving throw after getting knocked to 0, it'd bring you back to 1. Now you go back up with twice your Barbarian level. Similar to what we saw with the Paladin, actually. Seeing as you don't lose your rage until you get incapacitated, you effectively have twice that many hit points. Oh, it doesn't end your rage. That's cool. It tacked on the fact that this continues to happen until you fail your con saving throw after dropping to 0 hit points, and this means you could trigger the ability multiple times per long rest. That's cool. So this is probably, this change here, I think, is probably why they changed Rage Beyond Death a little bit. That's my guess. Yeah, this is not the final wording. No, I'm not complaining about the Mimi sentences as they're not being appropriate mechanical D&D language. I'm saying that I don't think they fit the tone of the writing of the article. They stand out. It feels like this is a somewhat casual, friendly, but serious article explaining what these changes are. And 99% of the sentences in it are written as such. But maybe a handful of them are written like joke sentences. And you can see them. This one is one of them. And I just think that they don't mesh well. I think the writing feels like it's two different styles bumping into each other, as opposed to one style that kind of flows between, I don't know, silly and serious. Does that make sense? I'm not criticizing the writing because it doesn't mix well with D&D writing. I'm criticizing the writing because I think it feels like it stands out in an article in a way that I don't think the author is intending it to stand out. We get improved Brutal Strike. Get even more recklessly strategic. Now you can choose from 2 additional options when you hit a creature with using Brutal Critical Strike. Brutal Strike. Here, this one's fine, right? Because it's not like a meme. It's not like jokey. It's just sort of like, get pumped. You think it's just not a funny joke? Tone aside, it ain't funny. Maybe. The thing is, you can make a not funny joke feel really good if you get the tone right. And you can make a funny joke feel really bad if you get the tone wrong. Okay, so when we hit a creature with our Brutal Strike, we can do one of these things. We can force the creature to have disadvantage on their next saving throw, and it makes, and it can't make opportunity attacks. That's pretty cool. And let's see, if you have a martial buddy fighting alongside you, when you hit a creature with this ability, the next attack made against it by another creature has a +5 to hit. Whoa, interesting. Now, they say that you're essentially trading advantage to give it to your buddy, but this is not advantage. This is so much better. Why is this so much better? Because this can stack with advantage. So you could do something where I could hit a monster and give my buddy advantage on their next attack. That's okay. This is so much better. This is really good. This is really good. I like it. I like both of them. Bluffcopter, I appreciate everybody that likes to try to do the math here. And I think your math is wrong. And I think most people's is most of the time. Advantage is definitely higher than a +2 or a +3 average. Definitely. It's much closer to a +5. Let's take a look at persistent rage. Previously, this feature made Barbarian's rage impossible to end early, short of knocking them unconscious. In the updated version, you still get these benefits, and your rage lasts for 10 minutes without you needing to extend it in any way. Okay, so I think this might be where our rage starts to last for 10 minutes, maybe? Advantage is only 3.3 on average. You can look it up. Alex, you know what I love? I love when I say we're not going to talk about the finicky of the math here. People I notice are wrong more often than they're right. People coming out here trying to be finicky with the math. I'm not going to look it up. You can look it up. I don't really care. So I guess this is where rage starts to last for 10 minutes. I would argue, tell you what, my irrational mind that isn't going to look it up and doesn't give a fuck is going to argue that advantage is better than 3.3 on average. And I'm not going to look it up. And if somebody wants to disagree with me on it, you might be right. I don't really care. Doesn't matter. Doesn't hurt me or anyone else. All right. If it wasn't enough, you now regain all uses of rage when you roll initiative. All uses. Whoa. This only triggers once per long rest. But a full 50 minutes of rage. Okay, wait. So once per long rest, you regain all uses of your rage when you roll initiative? I don't like how this sentence is written. Alex, I don't know you. I appreciate people talking with their chest with a great deal of confidence. But the amount of times that people come into my chat with a great deal of confidence and they're just wrong and incredibly easily proven wrong has led to me seeing whenever somebody comes in with a great deal of confidence for me to be like, all right, that's a lot of confidence. Doesn't mean shit about how much you're right or wrong. But I accept it's a lot of confidence. That's a badly written sentence. Okay, so basically, if you were going to rewrite this part of the article in a way that was a little bit more easy to read, you would say something like, when you roll initiative, like once per day when you roll initiative, you regain all uses of your rage. All right. And then we get improved brutal strike. It does 2d10 instead of 1d10, and it allows you to inflict 2 different brutal strikes at the same time. That's pretty intense. That's really good. I'll tell you what, these are it's almost like they're like mini smites. This is really good. You know what's crazy? A lot of these things, specifically all the brutal strike stuff, I've seen a lot before. And I've seen it progress in this way before, like pretty regularly. And where I've seen that is in homebrew that you guys make. A lot of homebrew that I've seen that is trying to make fighters or barbarians more like tactical fighters basically give options that are very similar to these in that sort of progression. It's interesting to see. Is this book going to be worth getting over the base? It's just going to be different, man. I think that the way to think about it is, if you want to spend money on it, you should. And if you don't, I don't think you need to. In terms of power balance, all of the new changes, even the ones that are sort of sideways changes, they're going to be stronger. This version of a paladin is going to be stronger. This version of a fighter is going to be stronger. So from like a power creep perspective, you probably should keep an eye out for them. But also, you know, if you don't want to spend the money, don't. Do you think Wizards of the Coast took homebrew? No. I noticed that they went with Species Legacy from a popular homebrew. An elf and an orc had a baby. Again, I don't think any of these are things that they copied from other creators. I think really what happened is the things, people that are homebrew writers can make things and publish things at a much faster pace and can be much more agile when creating. So I think what ended up happening was a lot of homebrew creators essentially came to conclusions much, much, much earlier than Wizards of the Coast would eventually get to. I would be really surprised if any of the designers, like, willfully or intentionally took things from somebody else's work and made it core stuff without asking them or acknowledging them. But I wouldn't be surprised if people essentially came to the same conclusions, just over different periods of time. You also have to keep in mind that when what we're talking about right now is much less Wizards of the Coast and much more, very specifically, D&D design team. So it's much, especially when we're talking about this, when we're talking about like the nitty-gritty of mechanics and stuff like that. This isn't Wizards of the Coast or Hasbro sending people to find a homebrew to steal. There's not that many people that work for the design aspect of the game, and they have no power in the company to do anything. So this is we're having conversations about different people now. I think the game designers listen to the community when they can. I know the creator of an elf and an orc had a baby. As far as I know, they don't feel like anything they made was stolen or taken unjustly from them. But I haven't spoken to them in a hot second, so I don't know. That's half a guess. And then they get a big old epic boon. I think the Barbarians look great. I think the Barbarian looks fucking awesome. I am excited. I am excited to smash and 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 smash. Also, we go up to 25 instead of 24 for our capstone. Did you notice that? I think the changes are great. In terms of the subclasses, I want to see them first. The only real thing I feel any nervousness about, or not even nervousness, but like, I don't know if I like about the subclasses, is that if the Wild Heart still basically allows you to build a version of the Totem Barbarian to the point where you could get to level 14 and have a fly speed while you're raging and a bunch of damage resistances, I don't think the Zealots capstone should be you get flight and a bunch of damage resistances. I don't think it feels good if the only capstone you get for one subclass is very similar to one option out of many options of capstones that you could get for another one. You know what I mean? I talked to you guys about this when we were making homebrew a lot. Like, you want your features to feel unique. It takes a long time to get to level 14. And to decide you're not going to multi-class also is like a pretty big deal. Especially on like a Barbarian. So, at least for me, I want that 14th level feature to feel super unique. I don't want anyone to have anything close to what it feels like. But overall, I think the Barbarian seems cool. Seems fun. You're not too worried? You can't power creep creation bards? Maybe not. All right, guys. The Rogue came out today. The Rogue is new. Rogue just popped. They just started sharing about the Rogue. Very curious to see what we're going to be getting here. You haven't seen the Rogue yet? You got to go, but you love the content? Just wondering when you usually go live? I usually go live Mondays through Thursdays at around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I also always post my schedule on in my Discord. And sometimes I remember to post it in YouTube. But mostly it's Monday through Thursdays. Sometimes I'll do Sundays. Sometimes I can't stream. And I usually stream from like 6 p.m. to like 10 or like 11 or 12, depending on the day. Do you think we can do this again in 2 weeks when the rest of the classes are gone over? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm super down. This is also the only way that I'm going to do this, I think, because I don't like reading articles. I just want to play D&D. Like, I'll read the book. I'll read the rules. But I wouldn't have read one of these. I probably wouldn't have read these articles if we didn't stream, because I would have just been annoyed that they didn't just list all the information. I don't need all the vibes. I appreciate vibes. I appreciate that some people need vibes, but I don't. I just want to read the info. All right, let's see what's going on with the Rogue. We get weapon mastery at level 1. We talked about that already. They just suggest Dagger or Nick or Vex, aka Nicholas or Vexalia. Thieves' Cant. Rogues are famous for learning Thieves' Cant, a unique kind of language that allows you to speak and understand code, but your time is spent blah 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 blah. Okay, what's changed? We don't just get Thieves' Cant, we get another language too. Cool. All right, what subclasses are we getting? Arcane Trickster, Assassin, Soul Knife, and Thief. Oh, I'm so curious how the Thief is going to be changed, because the Thief is bad, but I want it to be good. Arcane Trickster, magically inclined rogues can now swap out one cantrip each time they level up, giving you greater flexibility in your build. Versatile Trickster can also has also been changed to when you use the trip option of Cunning Strike. On one enemy, you can target an additional enemy within 5 feet of your mage hand. All right, we'll get to that when we look at Cunning Strike. But Arcane Trickster seems like they're mostly the same. If any of you watch the video and there's something major that I'm missing, let me know. But they seem like they're mostly the same. Assassin. You can now more easily trigger Assassinate and Death Strike, but the damage has been reduced. You're more adept at poisoning and impersonating others. You can move after using steady aim, supporting hit and run builds. All right, I'm curious how the damage has been reduced. Do you guys know? Does anyone know? No spell restrictions on the Arcane Trickster. Similar to the Eldritch Knight, that makes sense. All right, so far Assassin just seems like we've got no information. Okay, fine. Soul Knife. It's unchanged. You know what? You say it's largely unchanged. Assassin seems fucking largely unchanged. Your blades now have farther range, and they have the Vex Mastery property. All right, that's cool. They got the Assassin Rogue if you want an in-depth walkthrough and build. Maybe at some point. We talked about this earlier. Wizards of the Coast doesn't love me enough to send me anything. And then the Thief, they can activate the Thief can activate magic items as a bonus action. I think that makes sense. It's basically the way that I ran them before. And they have a unique Cunning Strike called Stealth Attack. It's kind of a boring name. That allows you to remain hidden after attacking. Use Magic Device. Saw the most changes. It now offers you an additional attunement slot. That's cool. Grants a chance to activate magic items without expending charges. Nice. And allows you to use spell scrolls. Cool. I think, honestly, the bonus action to use a magic item is huge. Assassin has been flipped on its head. They just haven't gone into depth about it. We get steady aim, which is, I think, just steady aim. Still, yeah. Looks like it's just steady aim. Nothing new there. I don't think any change to sneak attack. None listed, anyway. Cunning Strike. The most exciting new tool in the Rogue's kit is Cunning Strike. See, this didn't need to be a meme sentence. This was just a regular introductory sentence. It just works. It offers you a new ways of utilizing sneak attack to cripple enemies or just safely maneuver around the battlefield. When you deal sneak attack damage, you can choose to forgo one or more sneak attack damage die to add a Cunning Strike effect to your attack. The DC of your Cunning Strike effect scales off your dexterity. At level 5, you'll choose up to one of the following Cunning Strikes when you land a sneak attack. So each one of these costs a d6 of damage. You're going to do less damage to do other things. I think that's cool. All right, so you can make somebody poisoned. You can knock somebody prone. Or you could move up to half your movement speed. All right. All of these sound good. A lot of them are very samey across the Paladin. Not Paladin, excuse me. A lot of them are very samey across the Fighter, Rogue, and Barbarian. Did you notice that? Assassinate and Death Strike now trigger on attacks to creatures that haven't acted yet. Assassinate no longer auto crits, just adds damage. Cool. You missed the Spell Thief. I hope the Assassin didn't receive the same treatment. But you know what I mean? Don't these kind of all feel the same? Like, everybody's getting ways to knock people prone. Everybody's getting ways to move half your movement speed without provoking opportunity attack. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of the same. It's fine, but I just noticed it. It's not the same, you know, it's you're taking different paths to get there, but when you get there, it's the same. I don't know if that's a bad thing. I think it's probably fine. But it is interesting. Reliable talent all but guarantees you'll be good at your social skills. See, here's another. I'm going to criticize your writing. Who wrote this article? Michael Galvis. Michael, I love you, man. But I'm going to be honest. Feels weird. Why does one thing get a quote and nothing else does? I guess that's okay. But it does, I don't know. Like, give us more quotes or give us less quotes. One randomly at the set when you introduce the level 7 feature feels out of place, my guy. And I'm not talking about from a mechanical perspective. I'm talking about a writing structure. Anyway. And then the irony is that you don't even really need the quote, because you say what the quote is expressing in the first sentence. Anyway. Basically, this is just the 11th level feature. We're just now getting it at 7th level. I think the different paths make them feel different enough. Yeah, I agree. I don't think they feel the same. I don't think they feel the same at all. But I do think that it's interesting that so many of the features are doing the same thing. Is Cinder an English major? I used to be an English teacher. I specifically was a creative writing instructor. Example on what needs an example? What? I don't know what that question is relationship to. Something I said earlier that I don't remember, probably. All right, we get improved Cunning Strike. With improved Cunning Strike, you can put them to good use by stacking each sneak attack with 2 Cunning Strike options instead of 1. So now we can be poisoning and tripping, or poisoning and withdrawing. All right, that's cool. Logical progression. You know what it is the same as? It's the same as the Barbarians thing, where they can use 2 of their big punchy features. You get 2 cunning strikes, they get 2 brutal strikes. Did you notice that? Initially, they can only do 1 at a time. Now we can do 2 at a time. Same thing here. I think there's a limited number of things they can do for martials in general without explicitly making them magical. No, I agree. I agree. The change to the aura of protection closes an odd rule interaction between the 5e Paladin and Petrification. I don't know what that rule is, but if you're down to share it, I'm curious. And then we get Devious Strike, which has more options, with a host of nasty, read awesome effects. Guy, man, you don't need this. This joke didn't land. It's making your writing less good. You're not a bad writer. What's your name? Michael. You're not a bad writer, dude. All of this has been super smooth, super clear. This feels like you're like trying to like... This is like an overcompensation thing. This is like a... This is either you forgot that you were writing an article and you just started to write what was in your head, or you felt the need to put a joke here. Whenever you feel the need to put a joke anywhere, I'm not talking about when you want to put a joke somewhere. I'm talking about when you feel a need to put a joke somewhere. Where does that need come from? That need comes from the feeling that something is lacking. Either in terms of the pace, the structure, your own word, whatever. But you never need to put a joke in. The only... Okay, I take it back. If the goal is comedy, you need to put a joke in. But if the goal is not comedy, you never need to put a joke in. Now, that doesn't mean you should never put jokes in, because jokes are amazing. Funny writing is amazing. We all like good, funny, haha time. But there's a big thing you have to... There's an elephant in the room. Which is that whether or not you feel the need to put a joke in, it has to land. And the difficulty of that joke landing is largely dependent on, like, you know, the meat of the joke, but also the cultural outlook. And I know that we're just talking about 2 words, and I'm kind of criticizing here. But holy shit, this does not land, and it makes this sentence not read good. And it's a fine sentence. And if you were in my creative writing class, I would say, if you want to use humor, you have to get better at pacing and tone of humor. And if that's important to you, then work on it. If it's not important to you, then cut it out. Anyway, let's take a look at what these things do. These ones cost a lot more. 2. This one costs 2 points. If your target fails a con saving throw, they only get to move or take an action or a bonus action. Weirdly worded sentence again, but okay. It's essentially like the slow spell. Knockout. You can render a creature unconscious for a minute if they fail a con save, and they repeat the save at the end of each of their turns. That's pretty dang strong. It's also a nice alternative. This is a nice mechanic for if you want to be a rogue, but you don't want to have to kill people all the time. This is a really nice way to, like, can I just try to knock him out? I like that a lot. Casper, this isn't a speaking grammar show. This is a reading grammar show. I don't gotta speak good. I just gotta read good. The Rogue feels a lot like the new Barbarian. I know. That's what I was saying. Like, they feel very similar. And I don't know if that's good or not, but they do feel very similar. Some people were saying they think the path to get to those mechanics is different enough that they feel different. Other people were saying that, like, how many ways can you interact with combat until it starts to just feel magical and sort of pulls away from the base class? And I think both of those are very good, like, things to keep in mind when we're trying to think about what sort of features do they give the marshals that's just base marshals. You could already knock an enemy out with any melee attack, yeah, but they would not, but you'd have to drop their hit points first. Am I planning on doing any Elden Ring on stream? I'm going to do more Elden Ring on stream. Not this week, probably. I've just been, like, a little bit busy, unfortunately. But I'd like to play more on stream. I'm not sure when. The other thing, and I'm just going to be brutally honest, whenever I play Elden Ring on stream, it's not a particularly financially viable stream. That makes sense? So I do have to keep that in mind because this is what I do for a living. So I there's a part of me that pays attention to, like, the analytics of streams. And if the Elden Ring streams do, like, a third of the viewership or half the viewership and don't get any subs or anything the whole stream, it's like a little bit like, all right, that was a lot of time I just spent that I could have been making videos, you know? But I do want to do more Elden Ring. I love it. Like, it's a really fun game. I don't think it feels like the Barbarian. I think it feels more samey because we are doing them back to back. I mean, Geostellar, it feels quite similar to the Barbarian in that with the Barbarian, you are getting the ability to lose a benefit, right? You sacrifice the advantage on reckless attack to knock creatures prone or to knock them back or to hit them harder in different ways. And this is the exact same thing, right? You're hitting them a little less, you're doing less damage to knock them prone, to knock them back, to move around. It's very similar in the core design of the mechanic. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I think people are getting at. Because functionally, very similar. It's I am sacrificing part of my offense to do more stuff. And then Obscure is, with this cunning strike option, your target will need to make a dexterity saving throw or be blinded till the end of its next turn. That's interesting. All right. I kind of like the similarities. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the similarities. I'm saying that denying that they're similar is silly. They're super similar. They're super silly. I guess, but you're not knocking them all here around at all. You're only knocking them around with one of the brutal strike options. Every other brutal strike option is a debuff or a debilitation in exactly the same way that these are. You are confounding one of the brutal strike options, which is the one that knocks them back. Every single other one did things that were basically on this list. Again, it's fine, but that is the truth. The one that knocks people around is the coolest one. It's the one I like the most. I wanted Brutal Strike to open up critical range or increase dice. Well, it does increase the dice. You can do an extra D10, but it doesn't increase the range. They get Blind Sense at 14. Blind Sense is not a feature of the 2024 Ranger. Instead, it gets Devious Strike and then upgrade to Slippery Mind. What the fuck is Devious Strike? How do you just tell me we gets deep? Okay, well, we don't know what that... Oh, it gets this. This is what it does. I'm being stupid. Sorry. I just got mad. Okay. Slippery Mind. Your rogue is cunning and not just in the tongue, but in the mind. Weird sentence. Not just in tongue, but in mind. Cunning in tongue? Here's the thing. The only way that the phrase not just in tongue, but in mind works is if the phrase cunning in tongue works. I don't think the phrase cunning in tongue works. Weird sounding, dude. You gain proficiency in wisdom and charisma saving throws instead of just wisdom. Fuck. Okay, sure. Why not? You get all the saving throws. King of the saving throws. And then we get an epic bonus. Is there a... Oh, we get something else. You can now use Stroke of Luck on saving throws. When you fail a d20 test, it turns your roll into a d20. Okay, so there's a lot of information that I don't have access to, or we don't, unfortunately, which is probably like the assassin changes, but this seems fine. I'll say that this is the least exciting one for me, by far. None of these options are super exciting. Like, they all feel okay, but none of them feel super cool. I also, maybe this is just me, but I don't want to do less damage. Do you know what I mean? You think he was making a cunning linguist joke? I don't think he was that clever. Either if that joke was there, I think there needs to be another thread tying it more solidly together to feel like it's there. Otherwise, I think it's a bit of a reach. It does give the rogue more stuff to do with sneak attack. I just don't love doing less damage. That's just me, though. Yeah, I don't think you need to change the rogue that much. This is not everything the rogue is getting. This is a collection of things that are changing in the rogue. This is not the entirety of the rogue. So they did not mention evasion or uncanny dodge because I'm assuming they already get evasion and uncanny dodge in the same way. You think your players would really enjoy these? Yeah, I think so too. I think that the element of I don't want to do less damage to do more things, that's a me thing. I don't think that's a design thing. But yeah, seems fine. It's the one I'm the least excited about. But that's okay. I don't care. It'll still be cool and good. I liked the rogue before. I think the rogue is great. I think that the thief being able to actively use magic items as a bonus action is awesome. That might be my favorite thing. Yeah, wit would make a lot more sense for that sentence. But even then, it wouldn't be great because cunning in wit is also a weird fucking phrase. Like, let's not deny the sentence that we're using to build our new sentence. I wasn't joking when I said the phrase cunning not just in tongue only works if the phrase cunning in tongue works, because one needs to work for the other. Like, one is building off the other. This is something you can think about a lot when you're making D&D homebrew in general, is, or any writing, is like, whatever you're writing is building upon, what the thing that it's building upon on a fundamental level needs to work. If the fundamental thing is a little off, the more you build upon it, the more off it's going to be. Whether that's taking a sentence and making it bigger, or taking a concept and making it bigger. It's just weird writing. My guess is the people that are writing these articles are either copywriters and they're getting punched up by editors, or they're people that are like, you know, they're writing their article. Listen, I don't write that much anymore. I don't think I could realistically write this article well, so I'm not going to be super critical of them like in their skills. but it does feel like it's these articles, almost all of them, they're sort of butting heads between trying to be like a D&D article and trying to be like a sort of like a pop culture or like a regular clickbait internet article. And I don't think those parts are mushing well. Clickbait's not the right word, but there's just like a lot of weird jokes. Honestly, my biggest feedback for all the new D&D stuff so far is that the articles have weird jokes that I don't like, that don't land. That's the main feedback. Everything else seems pretty good. Why would they not just give us scans of the pages? Because I think that they don't want to have to deal with a lot more feedback that is hyper direct. And I think that by sharing general ideas, people can speculate, but they can't like super concretely speculate. And by filtering it through other content creators, it sort of waters it down a little bit. You know what I mean? Then you won't buy it. That's the other thing, is if you just have access to all the features, you don't need to buy it. That's actually a much better point. That's almost certainly what it actually is. Yeah, they're trying to sell the books. Yeah. Exactly. So then, but Flareware, what's the solution then? Like, it might feel bad, but does it feel bad to watch a trailer for a movie and not get to watch the whole movie? Yeah. But what's the point of the trailer? It's not to show you the whole movie. The point of the trailer is to make you go see the movie. So if you read these and you're like, man, I wish I could know more, then it has accomplished its job, because it makes you want to go get the book. You know what I mean? The thing is, all of these articles are essentially movie trailers. And that's what you got to think about them like. These are here to make us want to buy this book. Then it's a billboard, dude. Oh my God. Yeah, that's the most obtuse fucking thing. I don't watch trailers. Yeah, then don't watch this fucking stream. If you're like, I don't like spoilers, then this is a stream you should avoid, my guy. You know? This is trailers. That's the whole point, is that these are just trailers. You're complaining about the article doing its job. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're just being silly? Ah, okay. Didn't realize it was just silly. I take it back. All right. That's about it. That's all the stuff. No hate back at you. I did not feel Flareware. I did not feel any hate. Do not worry. I just thought it was silly to like want it to be not a trailer. But that's like what these articles obviously are. The monk got a 70% approval, and most don't get anything above 40, so the monk will probably be the exact same as the UA. Maybe. Good stream. I think we're gonna do this. Yeah, I don't want to. So Dice, I don't want to look at the. I know the Warlock's coming out tomorrow. I don't want to do that tomorrow. I think what we'll do is we'll wait till the next batch of these things pop out, and we'll go through it like this. And we will try to learn what information we can, while at the same time criticizing the poor writing if there's bad jokes in the articles, and also lamenting the fact that we aren't special and we don't get to actually look at the books because Wizards of the Coast doesn't love me enough to send me a preview copy. And we can lament that other channels got them and I didn't. And we can do that together. It's going to be great. But it will be great. That will be a lot of fun, actually. After this, I'm kind of worried about the Ranger. They seem to have no real direction with its design. I don't know. I don't feel anything about anything. I don't feel anything about anything about any of these. The changes that the UA made to the monk were so good. in terms of like it just giving us things that are homebrewed across so many tables that I'm like, oh, that'll be cool. And I don't remember anything else. I don't speak that much truth, man. They didn't send anyone a full preview? Well, I'll be the first one to get it. Go big or go home. You know what I mean? Wreck house, deck house, as they say. Ranger was focused on augmenting Hunter's Mark. Interesting. What are we doing the rest of this week? Who's DMing me? Wait, what? Really? Is this public? I'm streaming right now. Send me article. Or info. Or call me and tell me. On stream. Your call. Huh. Is this public? Wait, I just got some information. Excuse me one second. This is actually not even a bit. Is this public? Can I share this with my stream? Can I share it live? One second. You got it from the Discord. All right, let me see if it's public. If it's public, we'll talk about it. If it's not public, I don't want to. It's public. Okay. All right. Let me, this is not good news, but it is news. The Crit Awards got canceled. Who would have thought? The Crit Awards is like an awards thing for content creators. I got nominated, but let's see what happened. Wait, Pat is sending me info. Is it political? Is it politics stuff that happened? Oh, interesting. Wait, then they said this? Okay, so they canceled after that? Okay, wait, let me read this. Let me read this. Due to recent events and the attention that we have received, it is with an extremely heavy heart and much disappointment that the Crit Awards will be unable to return to Gen Con for its 2024 event due to safety concerns. Wow. With this said, we will be continuing forward with a virtual event as we evaluate how we'll be moving forward with the celebration of the amazing creators, phenomenal community. Tickets purchased for Gen Con event will be refunded. We encourage any of our nominees who wish to remove their participation in any capacity to please reach out, as we understand this situation can be extremely mentally taxing. What happened? And difficult in ways that may be unexpected. Voting will remain open until July 7th. We want to take this moment to reaffirm our stance that hate in any capacity will not be tolerated, and by any individual or group within our event. We ask for patience as we come to terms with the situation and want to thank the community for the outpouring of support. What happened? Oh, did they delete that post? Oh, that makes sense. They got political, and then people got upset with them for getting political, and I think people sent them threatening messages, is what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is public or not, but whatever, I'll share it, I don't mind. This is the initial post that they put up. where they said individuals who identify as Zionists, promote Zionist material, or engage in activities that without a doubt support Zionism are not eligible for nomination. And I think that led to people getting upset with them. And I think that probably led to some people sending them death threats and that sort of thing. Because that is inevitably what happens when you are talking about the Middle East, whichever side you take. And then that led to them canceling it. That is what the information is as far as I am aware. I don't know how to... Okay. Genuine... I'm gonna... fucking honest Cinder right now. Honest thoughts. Honest thoughts. Honest thoughts. Let's put aside whether or not you hate Israel or love Israel, think they're genociding the shit out of people, or trying to survive. Put all that shit aside for a second. I will say that I think everything there is really fucked up and it is a genocide, but that's not the conversation that I'm trying to have right now, because that's not what my first thought was. My first thought was not whether or not it is good or bad to support anybody or not support anybody. My first thought was, that is an extremely political stance to put upon your award show for tabletop gaming. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to put that extreme a political stance on it. I don't think it's an extremely political stance to disagree with Zionism, because Zionism has turned into a fairly twisted, militaristic, warmongering thing. But it's a very political stance to put out there for what I sort of, at least initially, was interpreting as a pretty apolitical event. I think if they were going to make this event... I don't think there's anything wrong with this, by the way, if this is what they want to do with their event. I just think maybe the issue was, like, this came out of left field a little late. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you started this event and made that very clear before any nominations went out, that this year the Crit Awards was going to be taking a stand. They were going to say publicly what Israel is doing is war crimes, is genocide, and the event is going to not be participating in or supporting creators that are openly or outwardly expressing support of Zionism. I think they would not have gotten that big of a backlash. I think they may have gotten a little backlash, but I don't think it would have got... I don't think it would have led to them getting death threats. Maybe it would have. I don't know. The thing is, extreme Zionists are fucking crazy. I say this as a Jew, also, but they're fucking crazy. So I do not put past these guys getting bombarded with death threats and scary messages and stuff. But I just, like, it's not the best. It was not the best strategy. If you want, I mean, I don't know, man, because there's, like, things change, right? Like, maybe earlier on, I don't remember when they were putting this event together initially, but maybe it was before things were getting really volatile. Maybe it was, like, last summer that they were like, but that's so, I don't know. Zionism is also defined differently by different groups, Casper. That is a very nuanced thing that I generally don't get into with people, because it's like a conversation that is too much. It's like if I was a Hindi person living in India, I would not need to learn the difference between Protestants and Lutherans, right? They're basically both Christians. Now, to a Protestant or a Lutheran, there's a lot of differences there. But that's sort of the same, I think, in different relationships with Zionism, is that, like, they have some pretty fundamental differences, depending on the type of Zionist the person is, or what groups they are associated with. But at the end of the day, to somebody that isn't, like, deeply involved in it, it doesn't feel that different. Anyway, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. Now I want to see what other people are saying about it. I'm not logged in. Can I see? All right, how do I? Let me log in off camera for a second. What's my password? I don't remember what my password is for Instagram. Oh, I remembered it. I'm so smart. Okay. Here's the Crit Awards. I'm serious what the comment section's like. You're on the right side. Thank you for all you're doing. The hard work needs to be done. I mean, you know, people are responding pretty positively to it. People like people taking a stand. You deserve better than this. Thank you for your forthrightness. Yeah, I think that unfortunately it just wasn't enough in the forefront for people for them to really like. I think they started with a base that was a little bit too. I wonder if it's on Twitter too. Let me in. I'm Cinder. Don't make me show any revealing information. Thank you. We want to take this opportunity to reaffirm our stance, hate in any capacity. I mean, it's good stuff. Zionism not equal Jewish. Yes, that's also very true. Other quote tweets. Crit Awards made a principled stance against genocide. This is not an easy decision on me or my staff. In fact, it is. This, by the way, Ivy is the person who runs the Gen Con, runs the Crit Awards. It's the hardest and easiest decision we've had to make. However, we do not regret our stance. I'm incredibly proud of my team. I'm glad that everybody's responding positively to them, like not being dicks. And I'm also glad that they feel good about this. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. I think they could have gotten away with having a stance like this and not gotten such blowback if it just was a little bit more public earlier. But then maybe I'm talking out of my ass. Maybe I don't know. Because maybe other people would have just more quickly been like, actually, you shouldn't be saying your politics. Long post incoming. While I respect Crit Awards for taking the high road, I am traveling in the basement. Gen Con has forced the Crit Awards to withdraw because of their stance and posting about being anti-Zionist. Full stop. Really? Oh! What? Critical Bard, the story goes deeper? As the host of the Crit Awards, I am privy to more information and I have signed 0 contracts or NDAs. This is bullshit. Gen Con has chosen money over morals. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the Crit Awards stance, and I stand by that. Well, I may have been completely wrong in my assumption, because if they were in fact not canceled from death threats, then I think the way they handled it had nothing to do with the way they were canceled. Listen, Casper. I would rather them, the Crit Awards and Ivy and the people that run it, stand up for their morals than me getting an award. I don't. It would be nice, but I would rather like this event is cool. This event is special. There is something really nice and fun for an indie awards show for content creators. Like, can't lie about that. Especially in the TTRPG space. Like, we don't have that. But this is Ivy's show. Like, this is her baby. So I would much rather her and her staff feel like they can stand by their morals than not. Like, that matters more than me getting a high five. You know what I mean? All Gen Con had to do was stand firm with the Crit Awards, but because of backroom bullshit, the Crit Awards have been given an ultimatum. Leave or we'll make you leave. Oh my goodness. If you don't stand with Palestine and stand against Zionists, I'm good on you. Fair. So this is my ultimatum. Gen Con, rescind your decision, stand with the Crit Awards, and publicly state your stance against genocide and hate. If not, I'm out. That's my stance. The ball is in your court. Ew, my God. Crit, you got to give it to Critical Bard. That man likes to... A lot of people want to say it with their chest. I know we talk about this on stream a lot, but he really does. I agree. I just hate when It's fine, dude. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not... You don't need to be upset for me. Be upset for the Crit Awards, if anything. Ivy, who put her heart and soul into this thing, you know? You think he sounds like an ass? He does. He's not an ass, dude. He's a really, really, really good creator. He's a pretty talented creator. And if he's someone that if you, I'll tell you what, if you are the type of person that likes consuming content and just wants to be fed the Ivy drip of flashy new thing and not think about things or try to have like a, I don't know, a little bit more of a back and forth with yourself in the universe, yeah, you might not like him. That's fair. But if you, but he's also a human being that has like feelings, and you know, he has a platform that he has built through a great deal of success, and he feels like it's really important to talk about this stuff. That doesn't make him an ass to me. I don't know. I think it just makes him like somewhere between like confident and firm. Yeah, like what Data said. Who's he pushing it on, Dalek? Who's he pushing it on? Who is he pushing it on? He's writing it on fucking Twitter. That's the point of Twitter. And he's not saying he's gonna cancel Gen Con. He's saying he's not gonna participate. So who's he pushing it on? I don't understand, man. Maybe I'm missing something. But to me, this just sounds like somebody who sees some bullshit happening and is calling it out. Yeah, but Dalek, don't you see the irony of that, my guy? He's demanding they bend to his whim. But what did Gen Con just do? It sounds like Gen Con was just doing the same thing to someone else. So I think you have to decide that either everyone is trying to stand up for things they believe in, whether those things are based in morals or based in money. What do you mean, what? This whole thing is Gen Con very actively said, you cannot do this award show because of what you're saying. That's what Gen Con did first. It sounds like that. Like, do you not... I mean, you can read it if you want, but that's what happened. That's what this whole thing is. So I think if an organization reaches out to somebody and says, hey, change what you're saying or you can't participate, I think it's pretty reasonable for somebody else to say to that organization, hey, change what you're saying or I won't participate. That's not demanding. That's not putting anything on anybody. That's just saying what you're comfortable with and what you're not comfortable with. Like, another way that this could have worked, that is not what he did. How is that not what he did? What the fuck are you talking about? That's exactly what he did. Dalek, what the hell are you talking about? You lost your mind. You're out of control. You sense bias from Dalek? Oh, there's definitely bias from Dalek. Okay, here, I will explain it to you, and what I'm going to ask is you take what's the spike that Space Marines get put in their head so they go crazy when they're the evil Space Marines? Pull that thing out of your head for a second, and take a look. Critical Bard is saying that Gen Con canceled this event because these people were saying this stuff. And then he said, hey, Gen Con, say stuff or I am not going to participate. That's it. One is a company saying, don't say stuff or you can't participate. And one is a guy saying, hey, start saying stuff or I won't participate. So they're not exactly the same. But to say that Critical Bard is doing anything unreasonable compared to what he is experiencing happening is a little silly. And to say that he's putting it on other people is insane. There's literally not other people. The other people is a company. It's Gen Con. Gen Con is not a person. They do not have a belly button. You know what I mean? And like, what is he taking out on them? His not being there? Okay. That's like the most reasonable thing for a person to decide to do. You know what I mean? And now you're not saying anything anymore? You done talking? Have you decided to silence yourself because you realized you were being a little bit silly? Are you angry typing? Maybe writing something long? One of the two? Or are you just being silent now? Dalek got real quiet. He had nothing else to say. You're being called names here? Okay, who's calling you names? Who's calling you names? First of all, I told you to take the butcher's nail out of your head. I didn't call you stupid. I just told you to take a butcher's nail out of your head. That's the first thing. Second of all, the only people I've mentioned is this, and this. And I clarified your question. So I think you're good. If you want to feel like I'm being mean to you, you are more than welcome to your feelings. But you are being a silly Billy. And if that's calling you name, then yeah, I'm calling you names. I'm calling you a silly Billy. My chat is being an ass? No, they're not. They're saying you seem like you have a little bit of a feeling here. I don't think they're being mean. Let me see. Is anyone saying something mean? Let's see. Somebody said, bro is standing. Nope, that's not. They're not talking about you. Somebody said, I sense bias here. Is that calling you names? If somebody's saying I sense bias here is calling you names, then I guess they are calling you names. But that's not really, I wouldn't say that's calling you names. Now, to get back to the thing that I was saying initially before you got all silent because you were very, very wrong, Critical Bard is not doing anything wrong. Critical Bard is standing by the things that he believes, and he is saying, hey, I disagree with the choice you made, so change it or I don't want to play with you anymore. That's not bullying. That's not putting anything on anybody else. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that actually is? That's advocating for yourself, if anything. That's saying, this is uncomfortable for me, so I'm going to not participate in it. That's just being a healthy person. That's just navigating the world in a healthy way. Yeah, it's boundaries. That's it. That's all. We're talking about the announcement that the Crit Awards got canceled. And it looks like they got canceled. Well, they didn't say this, but Critical Bard is saying that they got canceled because of political stuff that Gen Con disagreed with the Crit Awards on. And I'm gonna take the man for his word. But yeah, I suppose you don't have to if you don't want to. I am very aware of what this will do to my relationship with Gen Con. Let me be extremely clear. My black ass does not care. My morals and responsibility as a leader in this space is all that matters. Fuck any company who does the same. End of story. I also want to say that a lot of these people in this space, Critical Bard being one of them, they sort of exist in two ways, right? They exist in a way that is public facing and a way that is private facing. And I have shared some private spaces with Critical Bard in the past. And this is just him. This is just what he's like. He's a fervent believer in his morals. He's that behind the scene. He's that in front of the scene. So it doesn't really surprise me that he's doing this, because he is very much the kind of guy that sees something that he thinks is fucked up and then says something about it and then gets pissed when other people don't say something about it. So it's not really surprising to me. He also is a big enough content creator that I think he knows that his words have some weight. Do you know what I mean? There is some real vile. Well, yeah, I'm not. Listen, I won't go to. We'll be careful with it. We'll be careful with it. I'm sure there's all sorts of anti everybody in all directions if you dance with it too much. It's Twitter. Anyway, crazy that this is happening. A little bit of a, I mean, not a little bit of a lot of a bummer for Ivy and the Crit Awards. I'm currently in a D&D campaign taking place during the events of Naruto, with reality falling apart. My character is currently working on a defense case in the potential criminal investigation, where my character is the prime subject. That sounds crazy and cool. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's extreme, he's intense, he's intimidating as fuck. I would never want to make him mad at me because I feel like he would beat me up with his brain. But he genuinely seems like a really good guy. I am curious to see the quote retweets a little bit more. I just want to see who else is talking about it. I'm curious what kind of backlash this is going to have. I didn't really have any events at Gen Con. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Yeah. Crazy. Bummer, right? Bummer that this had to happen. Also, you can tell that this is getting a lot of hate because I can see 1, 2, 3. I can see like 5 comments, and it has 14, which means that 7 are being blocked because they say things that are inappropriate. Can I say, okay, you want to get political for a second? I'll get political for a second. I think that it is a little absurd to say you can't take anti-Zionists seriously, since most of them can't do the moral thing and give the same zeal against Hamas. I think that is that is the sort of statement that I think comes out of like the Israeli and the Zionist propaganda machine. And I'll tell you why. And by the way, this is speaking as somebody who grew up, this is a long time ago, but grew up in a socialist Zionist youth movement from age 10 to 16 or something. I ended up leaving it because I basically decided I disagreed with Zionism, which is why I ended up leaving the movement. But I'm very familiar with not just Zionism and the tenets of Zionism, but different types of Zionism. And I've lived in Israel and the Middle East for a long time. Now, with all of that context in mind, I think the problem here, for the most part, is not a matter of taking anti-Zionism seriously. It's a matter that Zionism, in the current day and age, regardless of what it means to you in your heart, regardless of what it meant 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, in the current zeitgeist, Zionism has evolved to mean blind support of Israel. No holds barred. And unfortunately, Israel, in the past 5, 10, 15 years, has continued to get progressively more aggressive and oppressive to the Palestinians that live within its nation. Or outside of its nation. And whether or not you think that people should be more upset at Hamas or less upset at Hamas, it is genuinely willfully ignorant to pretend the extremeness that Hamas is in now isn't at least somewhat part of Israel's fault for the way it has been treating those people for a really long time. That's part of it. But also, it's not about Hamas versus not Hamas. At a certain point, it's just about, if Hamas is doing all of the horrible things that Israel says it is, Israel's response is still much too extreme. That's what it comes down to. It doesn't matter who you agree with or who you don't agree with. What matters is what Israel is doing right now, separate from Hamas, is too extreme. Even if everything Hamas is doing is, everything they say Hamas is doing is right, it's still too extreme. So, saying that you are anti-Zionist now, I think is a little bit different than it is in a lot of the world. Because I think that being anti-Zionist right now, for most people, is almost different than it ever meant before. Because it really is not the Jewish, I disagree with the Jewish people should have a home. That's not what anti-Zionism is right now. What anti-Zionism is right now is that home that is supposed to be there for Jewish people has turned into a genocide machine. And that's not good. I have a lot of Israeli friends. I have family that live in Israel. So I'm not anti-Israelis, but I'm pretty anti-Zionism right now. And it's not, doesn't mean you're pro-Hamas either. It's just what it is, man. It's just what it is. And I don't want to have a debate about it because I genuinely think that as soon as people start listing, well, they did this, this, and this, and you did this, this, and this, and they did this, this, and this, like, it doesn't matter. The details almost don't matter. Because there's just too, it's just, you know, it's just, at a certain point, you got to look at the writing on the wall and you got to be like, it doesn't matter if everybody's doing bad stuff to each other. One group is in charge here and they are doing it more to more people. That's kind of where I'm at with it. And I'm sorry if that bothers you. I know that we have some Israelis here in the audience. And I have lots of love for them. I have lots of love for all the Israelis that I know. But yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable to call yourself an anti-Zionist right now. I also think that calling yourself an anti-Zionist right now genuinely means something different than what it would have meant 15 years ago, than what it would have meant 10 years before that, and 10 years before. Like, this is what it is. There's my political talk. How did I do? Did you guys all hate me now or love me now? One of the two? Hopefully both. Oh, yeah. Crazy world, guys. Crazy world. But that's what I'm saying, Josh. People are being consistent. If anything, people being consistent is what is leading to people demanding Israel do more to be better. That is what it is. I don't think you hate me. But I think that the issue is not lack of consistency. I think the issue is consistency. People are struggling with people being really vocally anti-Israel in a way that they haven't in a while. People have always been very vocally anti-Hamas. More neutral, and I am glad that you see there is more nuance. I mean, there's nuance to every conflict, man. I think that if I didn't spend a lot of my time... What's up, Sarah? I had a great day. We're in a weird head. We're chatting about all sorts of stuff now. But I think if I didn't grow up so aware of Middle East politics and like as that be like a pretty part of my education, and I didn't spend a lot of my... The other thing is that I spent a lot of my time working with Palestinians also. So I had a weird Israel experience where it was like I was part of a socialist Zionist youth movement for most of my childhood. And I lived in Israel, but my time living in Israel was spent working with Palestinian kids, not Israeli kids. So I got kind of like a, I don't know, a weird grab bag of experience. Yeah, go to bed. Get out of here. You found my channel recently. I hope you're enjoying my content. Great. Well, we were just on a weird political tangent, which is normally something very different than what I normally talk about. You can be against two things, and being against one thing doesn't make you for the opposition. Exactly. Whoa, you wow. I didn't realize. I don't know what that's in reference to, but cool. Yeah, I wow. Sounds almost like you were in a cult too. I think that most youth movements feel cultish from the outside if you are not familiar with the culture of youth movements. Because youth movements are very similar to youth clubs, except they are youth clubs with an ideology. And whenever you are professing an ideology and trying to educate that ideology, you dance with similar stereotypes of cultiness. But yeah, any youth movement is a little culty. It just is, right? It's not culty in the same way that it's not like demanding all of your resources and time and to cut you off from your family and that sort of thing. But it is culty in that it is encouraging you towards a belief system. But I also think that it's good. I think youth movements are really good. And I felt like I learned a lot from mine, and I didn't go crazy. I maybe went a little crazy, but I didn't get crazy into it. I ended up leaving it. A thing I don't see anyone talking about is extremely important _ Israeli government isn't on the same side as Israel or its people. That's, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Israelis that really hate what's going on too. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. All right. Good point. Yeah. People be stuck. Powerless people. All right, Crit Awards. Well, you're great, Crit Awards. I'm sorry that you got canceled. I hope that things work out. I seriously doubt any of you or Ivy will see this or any clips from this, but if you do, I wish you well. And I'm happy to participate in the Crit Rewards and whatever they end up turning into. The thing that's different about the Scouts is that you get really good cookies if they're the Girl Scouts. So it's not exactly a cult, because I don't think cults get good cookies, you know? Most cults just get, like, really shitty cookies. Oh, man. A little bit of a weird end to stream, but you know what? I'm here for it. I like talking about what's going on in the world. And, you know, I'll probably hit up Ivy, see if everything's cool. But hectic times, my friends. I was going to buy an outfit for the Crit Awards. Maybe I won't. I was going to buy a funny outfit. Do we want to look at any of the UA stuff and see if there are any major changes from that? Not at the moment. I don't need to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. That doesn't sound fun for me. What kind of hats should I get? So I've been making these videos lately. What's my name? CinderBlocksally. I've been making these videos lately where I wear funny hats and do like skits of like a D&D group. I have a jester's hat, a pope's hat, a wizard's hat, a Robin Hood hat, a knight's hat, a spooky cloak hat, and a Viking horns. So I need to get some things that I need. I need two types of hats. One type of hat that I need hats for monster to represent monsters or to represent NPCs. Because I don't have any of those yet. And I'm realizing that we need some NPCs and some monsters. And then the other thing that I need to think of hats for the other classes. So I think the druid hat I have covered. I know what I'm going to do for that. I haven't decided what I'm going to do for, like, if we want to do a sorcerer hat. I don't know what that should be. I don't really know what the paladin hat should be. Artificer, I was thinking I could wear goggles. What classes am I missing? The druid I know what I do. I know what I'm doing for the druid already. I know what I'm doing for the druid. I have it covered. Oh my god, that's such a good idea, Meta Boy. The glasses with the fake nose for the NPCs. Yeah, okay, yep. That's a really good idea. Oh, that's such a good idea. Let me write that down right now. Glasses with nose for NPCs. That's a really good idea. I have a helmet that I was using for the fighter, but the fighter got scared away. But I have like I don't have a helmet with like a thing in front of the face. I have an open-faced helmet, but I could get a closed-faced helmet. Do you think we should do a closed-faced helmet for the paladin? Headband for monk makes sense. Large spiked hair for, like, anime hair? Like fake anime hair? Is that what you mean for the sorcerer? I have a cowl already. We have a rogue warlock in the group, so it's fine. We don't really need to cover either of these. So one of the main characters is a rogue warlock. If any of you, by the way, haven't watched, I'm just going to tell you guys, the skits started, I think, here is the first one. And it's one story. All of these are telling one story. So if any of you want to watch a very long-running D&D campaign from the perspective of the characters in it, where you're seeing 1-minute blips of their adventure and getting to know them slowly over time, that's what this is. Every single one of these is part of the continuity. This most recent one that I posted today, this one is going to be about them. They got their first real. This is where they meet their first BBEG. Yeah, I made like 2 a day for a while. Yeah, there's a rogue warlock multi-class. He's the only multi-class. He's also the only character with a name so far. Vampire teeth. Vampire teeth could work. I could use the fighter hat, but put a cross on top of it. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I'm enjoying them too, Data. I'll tell you what, my goal for the long form of them is to maybe try to turn them into long form videos in some way or another. But even if it just becomes like a big, crazy little D&D adventure that they go on and only a couple people see it, that's fine. There's a plot. I'll say this. If there's a plot, I know not only do I know what the first act is going to be, and by the first act I mean maybe like the next month of shorts. I know how it ends. And then I know what happens next after that. And then I think I know, like, there's a group of characters that I plan on introducing that I have to wait to introduce. And when I introduce them, they're going to kind of change the plot for a bit. But I'm like planning it like a show, like with characters and arcs and stuff. Why? I don't know, because it's fun. Cat ears. Yeah, we could do animal heads, animal stuff. Cat/animal ears. /headwear is not a bad idea. Oh, top hat. My dad suggested a top hat too. Also, crowned, someone mentioned earlier, which I think is a good one. Will you make a playlist? Yeah, I'll make a playlist. I'll maybe do that tonight before I go to bed. Bald cap? I'm going to do a headband for the monk. Umbrella hat? It's a good look. No. If it's a dumb joke, I want to hear it. I have a pointy hat already. I have... You know what's so funny? I have an isekai... This is my isekai character hat. This is my isekai character hat. I was going to do this, which is just a beanie with the Nike symbol on it. This was going to be my isekai character hat. But, maybe it won't be. Baseball cap might work better. I was thinking I'm probably going to have more than one isekai character, and I was thinking maybe the beanie cat, the beanie would be for like an isekai character that's like really not into being there. And the baseball cap would be for a character that was like really excited, like sort of like have one of them be more of them like a, oh, what is going on? And one of them be more of like Ash Ketchum. The isekai character should have headphones. Headphones is also not bad. Headphones is also not bad. What about a sailor hat? Yeah, pirate hat's on the list. A sailor hat's not, but pirate hat is. I have a list of hats that I need to get, because the other thing is that I'm going to kill these characters. I don't want them all to live. Like, I'll tell you right now, at least one of them is going to die before this first arc is over. And when they die, they're gone. Like, I'll never wear their hat again. So I have a bunch of hats I'm going to need to get through. Yeah, Barbarian. Dude, the Barbarian's like the most emotional character in the show. This guy. It's not spoilers. I think you find out that he's an emotional character. Here. This is him. This is the first emotional episode. Anyway, it's all very silly. I'll make a playlist of it and share it with you guys so we can you guys can watch it. I'll probably post that there's a playlist of it in my YouTube channel and then in my Discord. But also, if you guys like it, the goal, like I said, is to turn these, at least conceptually, into longer videos. Like, I think it would be fun for there to be like a 5-minute little D&D skit where you're just watching the lives of some D&D adventurers, you know? Not necessarily a big epic quest, but like you're sort of watching them during downtime in like those sort of quiet character building moments. And it leaves a lot of space for it to be very stupid and very silly, but then also little surprises of like big emotion, which I'm a big fan of. I think that's like my favorite way to make content a lot of the time. Is the surprise. You're emotional now. It's like, wait a minute, why? Yeah, like Bob's Burgers. Yeah, but not as good as Bob's Burgers, obviously. Not as good as Bob's Burgers. All right, friends. I think we're going to start wrapping up. Tomorrow is going to be a cool day. So we have a couple big things coming up this week on stream. Tomorrow is going to be a call-in show. But there is also a form that you can fill out to ask questions in. So if you do not want to call in, but you want to ask a question, The form is available in my Discord, and I will also post it in the event information for whatchamahoosit, for the stream tomorrow on but it's going to be a call-in or question show. This means ask your D&D build questions, ask your encounter design questions, ask your problem player questions, ask your mechanical clarity question, ask for ideas for a sub. You're working on an ice subclass and you want to know if I think that's cool, whatever. Any sort of questions you want, boom, ask those questions. And then on Wednesday, guys, on Wednesday we are doing a very special show. Wednesday, we are doing a big, massive, open wheel stream. Anybody can submit homebrew, but there is a goal. And the goal is you are going to be making a magic item that is silly, but mechanically works well. You are going to take a silly magic item very seriously. And that's going to be the goal of the stream for Wednesday, and we're gonna be reading yours of those, and that should be good. And that be all my thoughts, friends. That's what we're doing. Does that sound good to everybody? Do you feel good about that? I hope so. All right, do you guys want to raid somebody that's talking about D&D stuff? Or my buddy that's doing a goofy cocktail making show, but he's also really fun and entertaining. I think we raid my buddy who's doing a funny cocktail show. Okay, but first, before we end stream, there is one last thing we have to do. We have to end it the way we're supposed to end it. If you're new here, we have to say thank you to everybody that's helped support the show, and we do that by having our little ending credits. So, everybody, have a great night. Take care of yourselves. I love you. Thanks for exploring the new D&D stuff with me. Sorry we got caught into some political tangents. I hope you don't mind. And if you disagree with what I said, that is okay, but I still feel the ways that I feel. Now, you're lovely. Everybody, be good to each other. Have an amazing, amazing night. And don't forget to feed your pets and also your friends. Love you. Bye.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be with everything we